hearing is that I can't change that we would have to vote on the referral. So 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I would stick with that timing because that still meets the deadline of the province.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So that's it for the time-specific items. Members, before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes on those items where members have declared an interest. Okay, we'll start with GL 16.11. The mayor has shown an interest on that, so if I can ask the mayor turn off his video and we'll take a recorded vote.
I sent you the updated version, so I think whenever you're ready, you can just.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's on the screen, recorded vote.
Members, the voting panel is open. Don't. Yep. Councillor Ainsley, your vote, please. And Councillor Fletcher, can you refresh your screen?
I've now just been kicked off
All right.
CMP, so if I
In the
could
meantime,
vote,
could I have your
voice
vote verbally, please? How do you vote?
Yeah, it's yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm getting back on now. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, the next item is T 19.4, and Councillor Bradford has an interest, and as well as the mayor. So if you can keep your video off, and we'll have a recorded vote.
The voting panel is open. This is TE 19.4. Councillor Ainsley, can you see the vote buttons on the screen? Councillor Ainsley, can you see the vote buttons? You may need to refresh your screen, your browser screen. Okay. If not, yeah. Councillor Ainsley, how do you vote, sir?
I'm voting yes. Voting yes.
Madam Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. Our next one is T 19.13, and Councillor Bradford and the mayor has an interest in these two items as well. So if you can turn off your video, and we'll have a recorded vote.
The voting panel is now open on TE 19.13. Item TE 19.13 carries unanimously, 22 votes in favor.
Okay, our next one is NY 18.5, which the mayor has an interest on that. So if I can ask the mayor to turn off his video, and we'll have a recorded vote.
The voting panel is now open. Councillor Matlow, please. Madam Speaker, the item carries unanimously. 23 votes in favor.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hands.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Recorded, please.
Recorded?
Madam Speaker, point of order, Councillor Grimes.
A point of order, Councillor Grimes?
The 16.1, we voted on that, correct? I'm already good on that one, right?
Pardon?
I 16.1.
Yeah, we already voted on that one.
Okay, we're good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Okay, there's a request for recorded vote for adopting the balance of the order paper, so recorded vote.
The vote panel on the adoption of the order paper is now open. Madam Speaker, the vote to adopt the order paper carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. Members, before we begin our first item, I want to remind you that although members are participating remotely, you must still submit your motions in writing to the clerk. The clerk staff are
Space
available.
satellite launch by the Islamic Republic of Iran. And then a meeting on 22 June to discuss the findings and recommendations contained in the 9th report of the Secretary General on Resolution 2231 prior to its public release. Second, the two regular quarterly reports issued by the International Atomic Energy Agency during the last 6 months, in March and June, were also circulated to the 2231 representatives for their information. Third, I would like to thank member states who sent official communications, either addressed to the President of the Security Council, the Secretary General, and or to myself, which were circulated within the 2231 format during this 6 months period. There was a total
Canada's fertilizer industry keeps working to ensure the food we depend on grows. While much of the world stays home, Canada's fertilizer industry keeps working to ensure the food we depend on grows better and stronger. Because without fertilizer, harvests would be cut in half. The nutrients in soil must be replenished for the next harvest. To recover from this crisis, the world depends on us. We secure tomorrow's food by fertilizing crops today.
Set. Well, good morning. City Council, as you know, begins its October meeting today, and I will be focusing during the course of that meeting on the entire agenda, but on two items in particular that I want to discuss today that have been designated as my key items. The first key item is the approval of the city manager's report on recovery and rebuilding a renewed Toronto. And this was a report that was written in expectation that the pandemic would go on for some period of time, but that we needed to have a plan to deal with the aftermath and to make sure the city could come back stronger than ever. The report going to council today outlines the city manager's recommendations to best position Toronto for recovery from COVID-19 and its very profound health, economic, equity, social, and financial impacts on the city. This is our roadmap to build the city up in the wake of the pandemic. We know that COVID-19 will remain a threat to us as it is today and in the immediate future. So this will also guide us as to how we can continue to reopen safely. In the short term, I have begun a priority push to have in hand safe, doors open safely scenarios so that we can all consider those scenarios for implementation when the modified stage 2 period comes to an end. Developed by Toronto Public Health, these scenarios would be meant to see restaurants and businesses reopen safely and stay open safely, much as we've tried to do with schools with, I think, considerable success to date. But once we've hopefully achieved that greater measure of stability, there will be a need for longer term rebuilding and renewal. And for the downtown, for business generally, and for our social fabric, these have all been strained by the pandemic, and we will need longer term plans to deal with them. That's where this plan comes in with its correct and crucial initial focus on the fact, not the opinion, but on the fact that this recovery and renewal must be a team effort, starting with all three governments, not limited to all three governments, because we will need to involve the nonprofit sector, business, and so on, but it has to start with a commitment from all three governments to rebuild and to renew and to implement a plan in the aftermath of the pandemic. Toronto simply cannot do these things alone. My second key item will be on winter patios. I am determined to make sure that we do everything we can as a city government in the short term to help restaurants who are willing and able to set up winter patios. And I recognize no single thing we have done or will do for the restaurant business is that kind of magic solution that gets them back on their feet. But we're trying to do everything that we can. And for those who are in a position to take advantage of the winter patio option, we want to make sure that we're not in the way. The recommendations that are going to council today will ensure that the city allows 4 winter patios on our sidewalks and other spaces and extends many of the planning permissions that were put in place to facilitate patios earlier this year. This is the right thing to do as part of a program to try and assist these businesses to get back on their feet. We know that winter is coming, and we know that we need to support winter patios where they're applicable as much as we possibly can. So we're giving businesses the flexibility to operate where it is safe and where it is possible during the winter months. Safe, of course, when I make reference to operating safely, must include compliance with ventilation requirements that are set out in the provincial regulation. And to the extent that clarification is required on that for restaurant operators, I hope we will have it today, because I think it is fair for them as they make investment decisions, both for them to check themselves as to the wording of the provincial regulation, but also to seek clarification before making investment decisions. As I've said many times in discussing this, the purpose of our trying to step to one side to allow greater flexibility for these patios was not meant to say somehow that it was just okay to create indoor space by another name through things like, say, hermetically sealed tents. While we also have some limitations with respect to patios in curb lanes and ensuring that we can safely clear our roads from the snow, there are opportunities to allow us to continue the success of patios through the winter in areas such as sidewalks and private property, including parking lots. And so it is my hope that following this meeting, our officials will be communicating these changes to the restaurant industry so that they have a clear understanding of what is allowed and what is encouraged. I have also been in direct contact as recently as yesterday with the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and continue to put forward suggestions from the restaurant industry with respect to ways in which the programs the federal government came forward with, which were very responsive, are as responsive as they can be to the direct concerns expressed to me in summit meetings that I've been having with the hospitality industry to understand their concerns and make sure to the maximum extent possible I assist them in seeing those addressed. But that really is a big part of the thrust behind seeking these open, safely scenarios from the medical officer of health so that we can get these businesses open again and hopefully keep them open once the period of stage 2, modified stage 2, has elapsed. Those are just 2 of the items on the council agenda. There are more than 100 items up for discussion in total, including moving forward with our freight and goods movement strategy, which helps to better manage deliveries in the city, which is important to a lot of people, both in business and people trying to get around. Approving the interim shelter recovery and infrastructure implementation plan to shift to a greater focus on supportive housing. Creating new supportive housing opportunities in Parkdale in partnership with the University Health Network and the United Way of Greater Toronto, and continuing the implementation of the Tenants First report to transform Toronto community housing to help Toronto community housing residents, including the creation of a separate standalone seniors housing unit so that we can better serve and in more an intensive way serve some of our elderly residents in TCHC. I think it is important for people to know that we are focused on responding to the continuing COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, spending a huge amount of our time, a great amount of my own personal time, but that at the same time, the business of the city, the business of growing and building and servicing the city goes on, and that we will be making plans and doing things to help the city residents live in a better place long after the pandemic is over. I'm now happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Now we will do questions from the media. It's 1 question, 1 follow-up. First up, we have Jennifer Pagliaro from the Star. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Good morning, Mayor. I wanted to ask you about the province's decision last week to overrule planning in the West Don lands. That includes a site that's up at council, or was supposed to be up at council today. I'm not clear what's going to happen now. That includes open door incentives. And I wanted to know whether what the province did is how you imagine partnering with the province on provincial land to build affordable housing with city money.
Well, first of all, we do have to acknowledge it's their land, which is a factor in all of this. You know, the fact that there may end up, and hopefully will, we certainly will be very determined to see lots of affordable housing on those lands, is also something that, you know, will in the end be a plus for the city. However, the ministerial zoning order, let's be clear about that. It is a device, I believe, that was put there in the provincial legislation to be used on a fairly selective basis, a very selective basis, and most often either at the request of the city or certainly in partnership with the city. And so there are instances I can say, for example, with respect to some of our supportive housing initiatives where we've asked for a ministerial zoning order. But I think the practice should be and should revert to being what I think it largely has been in the past, which is that it basically only happens when the municipality either asks for it to try and expedite something, or when it is done very close consultation and partnership with the city to achieve some objective that I think most people would agree upon. And so I hope we can sort of have a look at this with the minister and go back to a day, notwithstanding some of the benefits that could flow from these particular decisions, go back to a day where this was selectively used and used, you know, almost every time, either at the request of the city or in very close consultation with the city. Because in the end, the city should have, you know, the domain over its own planning decisions within our boundaries.
You know, is this not another example, Mayor, of the Premier sort of acting like he's in your role? You know, I was told by one of your council colleagues that city planning actually discovered this by accident. It sounds like they didn't even bother to tell anyone that they had done this.
Well, you know, I think it is less than ideal to have it happen in this circumstance, where, as I understand it, it may well be somebody discovered it, but I think we heard about it literally on the eve of when it was actually happening. And it wasn't a call to say, what do you think about this? Or, you know, what is your thought? But rather to say it's happening. And I think that is a less than ideal situation, to say the least. And I don't think it's an example of any particular behavior on the part of the Premier. As I've said many times, he's been a good partner to Toronto, you know, the vast majority of the time, on certainly on COVID-19 without exception, and on many other matters as well. However, I think when you have a tool, a legislative tool like this that is so powerful and that can so easily override, even just the consultative process, let alone the decision-making process of important developments in the city. It should be used very sparingly. It should never be used where the city learns about it in the dark of night, the night before it happens. I think we have some discussion to be held on that with the province so that we can make sure we can, have this happen in the way it's happened during COVID-19. Close consultation, lots of discussion back and forth, sorting things out usually where we have some kind of an agreement between ourselves as opposed to things being imposed on us. I just believe the City of Toronto is too important in the context of the size and scale of the planning decisions we have to make here and many other kinds of decisions, that our government is too accountable, has its own degree of expertise about what's good for it, and that it is not appropriate in 2020 to have those kinds of things, routinely overridden by the wishes of the province on this and many other matters. And so I think we should have some discussion to try to, find a better way.
Thanks, Jennifer. Next up, we have Lucas Meyer from 1010. Go ahead, Lucas.
Thank you very much. Sort of on the same wavelength that Jennifer was asking about, excuse me, Mayor, the ranked ballots motion. Obviously with the government's bill last week, that's obviously they made a move on ranked ballots. Are you encouraged by the fact that several PC MPPs, wrote to the medical officer of health, expressing their concern about stage 2? Does this in any way give you any hope that, if there's enough political pressure from your side on the ranked ballots issue, that could potentially be reversed?
Well, what disappointed me about this was it was a solution in search of a problem. I didn't hear anybody saying this was a grave problem. It was already in effect in one city, and I think it had been carried out relatively successfully there in a previous election. We were on track to do it in 2026, and we're going to make very careful plans to make sure it was done well, and that's why it was a bit delayed. I think it should be left within the purview of especially sophisticated municipalities like ours, but I can't distinguish between us and smaller cities. I think we should be left to decide how people are going to get elected in our municipalities. And in our case, I was a supporter, and I am a supporter of ranked ballots because I believe it will help to diversify our council, which is something that we need to do, and to encourage new people to enter politics. And I think just as importantly as both of those, I would say it's going to increase the civility of politics. And I think you all know how much I believe that it is so important to maintaining public confidence and to getting good decisions made that we have kind of a civilized discourse. And I think ranked ballot elections encourage that. So, I hope that our motion and other pressure that may come upon the government will cause them to, revisit this, just in the sense that I think the reason given as to why they had to do it, which was something to do with expense and hassle during a pandemic, didn't really hold very much water, to be frank. We'll see what happens. I believe it still would be a step forward to let municipalities make their own decisions on this, and a step forward for those who did it, which would have included, I think, Toronto, to actually be in a position to do so.
But are you encouraged, based on what we saw with the letter from Ms. McKenna and Mr. Gill, that there seems to be some willingness when there is enough political pressure? I mean, that they could reverse the decision. I mean, there's been times when council has pushed back on provincial moves and nothing's happened.
To be candid, I think this matter is so little understood by the public that you'll be hard pressed to get, any kind of, big public momentum behind this, because it's an obscure topic in the sense that I think most people, understand how elections work because they've always worked the way they do now. But I think the notion of some other way of operating elections is not something people have spent a lot of time on. And, so I think in that sense, the opportunities to get the government to change its mind are limited, but not zero. So, because if I thought they were zero, then, why would we bother spending the time passing this motion? I hope they might think about this again, because as I say, it was a solution in search of a problem. But am I sort of thinking that they're going to, in the next 5 days, say, we've reconsidered and we're going to change our mind on this? I wouldn't expect that, but there's always hope.
Thank you, Lucas. Next up, we have Matt Bingley from Global. Go ahead, Matt.
Good morning, Mayor. In the recovery plan, the city manager said that it could not be, the recovery could not be made on the backs of taxpayers, but he also did say that the city can't keep going back to other levels of government looking for money. So there will have to be, the other shoe will drop at some point. So I'm just wondering if you could say when a tax increase may be appropriate to help with the city's recovery.
Well, first of all, I think what the city manager was saying with respect to approaching the other governments for money is that we can't keep going back on kind of an episodic basis. Every single quarter, every single year, you're going back with some new need that you have because the existing financial arrangements as between the different governments affecting cities are not adequate, which they aren't. I mean, they're archaic. They are based on an 1867 constitutional arrangement about cities, and there was never contemplated, I'm sure, at that time, a city, say, the size of Toronto, 3 million people, bigger than most provinces in this country. So I think that's really what it's saying, is we've got to come up with a better regime. And I don't think the city manager mentions this, but I think he would agree with me that we don't want to open up the Constitution. That's not the way to go about this. So we have to come up with some practical arrangements that, first and foremost, start with, existing revenues that are taken in by the other governments and having those more fairly applied to the cities where a lot of the delivery of services rest. With respect to the matter of tax increases within the city, I've said repeatedly, and this is not the day to be deciding upon the budget. I've been spending a huge amount of time with the city officials on the 2021 budget. There are problems there, but that we're going at it from the standpoint that neither can we afford to cut services, nor can we afford to see people faced with substantial property tax increases, because both would be counterproductive to the very difficult situation people find themselves in right now. And so we're trying to fashion other answers, including continued help, for example, from the other governments with the year 2021, which is just as much a pandemic recovery year as this year was. And we're talking to them about that very actively right now.
And just to shift, Councillor Michael Ford's motion on capping fees for delivery services, you mentioned that you spoke to the Premier the other day. Did this come up, and did he signal his willingness to participate?
No, I didn't ask him the direct question, will you do this? Because we can't, but we certainly, it was raised in discussion. He knows it's a concern of mine, and I think it's a concern he shares. I think he said so publicly at one of his own media avails. I had a chance to talk to one of these companies yesterday, and they told me of some of the very good things they're doing to help introduce new products to make it better for restaurants. But the fact remains, their main product line, which is their straightforward delivery service, extracts a 30% commission from restaurants. And the restaurants have told me very clearly that a 30% commission taken off the top for a meal that somebody's ordering leaves them with very little, at least not enough to sort of, be a big help to keep them in business. And so my point of view expressed to this company and expressed generally here today, again, would be that these companies, as a matter of good corporate citizenship, but also as a matter of just good business, should be doing something to help their customers, at least in the short term while there are shutdowns going on, and perhaps beyond that during some of the additional period of the pandemic. But that's a discussion I've been having. This is not the first time I've talked to them. I talked to them as far back as April about this, and they seem to be yielding in saying that that's something that they can't or won't do.
Okay, that's it for today, everybody. Thanks. Have a great day.
Thanks a lot.
While much of the world stays home, Canada's fertilizer industry keeps working to ensure the food we depend on grows better and stronger. Because without fertilizer, harvests would be cut in half. The nutrients in soil must be replenished for the next harvest. To recover from this crisis, the world depends on us.
Again have to face such horrors. Let's not shrink from the challenge before us, simply because the path ahead seems hard.
And
let's uphold the mission of this body to
this
address
is
the
really,
threats
I
to
think,
international
the
peace and
challenge
security
that we all have in
that the
front of us.
Islamic Republic of Iran
But
presents.
you need to know when you approve a budget just how well that budget works for the groups that you've just mentioned. So that's something that I think is fundamental to our job to help you when you're making decisions.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the city manager, I appreciate that you didn't prepare this report, but you are now tasked with the next steps in that. There are 83 recommendations that are there. Could you just maybe speak to how you see rolling out prioritization and implementation of those 83 recommendations? Because it's a very long list right now, but I recognize that it needs to be put in some sort of project plan, yet also has to be nimble because you don't know what's coming forward from the provincial or federal governments in terms of funding announcements.
Through the speaker, I mean, that's a perfect way of contextualizing it. I mean, the matters of public health, social determinants of health, prosperity, infrastructure, mobility, resilience, and Toronto services, those are the major themes. And I think, as Saad Rafi had indicated, it's not really a matter of prioritizing the themes themselves because they're all important, and you just can't ignore one to benefit another. The recommendations, though, that fall under those themes is where I think we need to look at coming back to you with an ordering of them. Some things need to be done sooner rather than later. Other things may be able to take more time. But to your point, and I can tell you right now by way of example, the federal government is seized on making strategic investments in climate action. So, we will need to make sure that we're very clear as to where the federal and provincial government wishes to go with its investments. And so that will affect, I'm sure, our discussions at the table and what gets done sooner rather than later.
Recommendation 57, and I appreciate you don't have that in front of you necessarily, but it talks about developing a comprehensive infrastructure proposal, which I do think is important. We know we have many different things in the city. Where are you at in terms of developing this concise list? And is there a way for us to almost make it like a menu, so to speak, so that as provincial and federal funding announcements are released, you can kind of go to the menu and pull from that what fits under that? So where are we at in terms of organizing that list?
Now that's something that I'm going to ask my deputy city managers to help me with that question in terms of setting that priority list. So if I could, I'm going to look to Heather from a capital standpoint and get some support from Tracy as well and Josie. So Heather, if you can start, and I realize the clock is ticking here.
So through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, you're probably aware of the fact that the province has actually mandated us to create an asset management plan, and we actually owe the province part of that plan by July 2021. And so through that plan, we are going to be looking at creating criteria that help us do exactly what you've just mentioned from a prioritization perspective. So that is an element. Obviously, the funding sources of our capital infrastructure plans will also determine part of that priority lens. There are many different aspects of how we prioritize our capital program, but I will say that the capital asset management plan that we're in the process of creating is going to be that roadmap that we desperately need. And because it is now a legislative requirement, it's created a catalyst for us to be able to share that information in a transparent way. So I would say that right now the process is underway, the work is underway. But as you can appreciate, there's several factors that go into that prioritization exercise.
Okay, thank you. The resilience stream that was announced by Catherine McKenna a couple months ago, it's short-term funding over the next 2 years for shovel-ready projects. What is the status of our submission into that? And I think today you're probably going to see from the floor different discussions about what should go into that. So where are we at in terms of that proposal, and how will you prioritize which goes into that funding bucket that's been recently announced?
So if I can, Josie, I'm going to ask you to weigh in and with some support from Tracy.
Through the speaker, it's Councillor McKelvey. We're actually working with Heather. Heather was actually going to answer some of that because we're actually giving her quite a few of the information around some of the net zero projects that you and I have already talked about before, some of the housing projects we're working with Juliana and Heather too, so we're putting this together. And I'll ask Heather just to comment around how she's actually prioritizing and working with the governments.
Through you, Madam Speaker. So, Councillor, we're looking at, to your point, what is shovel ready, but we're actually not limiting those projects to just that program. We're actually engaged in conversations with the Canadian Infrastructure Bank to also look at programs that we can move forward on from a climate change perspective because of the outcomes that we could deliver on a larger scale basis, but also on an outcomes basis. So part of the prioritization that we're doing is the outcomes that we're targeting and how quickly we can deliver on some of those aspects.
Thank you.
I'm hoping that answered your question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McKelvey.
Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor McKelvey's question about infrastructure. Now, pre-COVID, at a council back in October of 2019, we had approved a series of projects to go into the federal, provincial, community, culture, recreation infrastructure stream. Now, have we received final word on which projects will be funded and which will not be?
Heather?
Actually, I'm going to, I apologize. I'm going to actually pass that over to Tracy. I think we got some good news yesterday that she might want to share.
Well, we're always looking for good news.
Sorry, through you, Madam Speaker. I wish I had good news for you. I don't have any specifics. I know through the city manager's office, they've been amalgamating all of the asks we've had for the various streams of funding. I can see if we've gotten information related.
And you're
your screen froze. Tracy?
Yeah, I'm here.
We can't hear you.
Can't hear you. Oh. You all look perfect to me. Have you got me now?
Yes. Yes.
You could turn the clock back a bit.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
We don't.
Okay, just one sec. Hold on. Let's try to get this resolved here.
Okay, sorry. Sandra Rodriguez is on the line. She might be able to assist.
Tracy,
that
do you have
answer.
Tracy? Do you have your video on?
I do. Yes, I do. And I can see you all perfectly.
I have a second part of, Madam Speaker, I have a second part of that question. So,
Okay, just one
my
sec.
first-
Hold on, because I put your time on hold. So are you ready to ask the question? Now, Councillor Pasternak, go ahead. Start your question.
Yeah, so, I mean, just to reiterate, the first question is from the tranche of infrastructure projects that council sent up to Ottawa and the province in October 2019, pre-COVID, obviously. Have we got final word on which of these projects have been funded and when will councillors know about? The second part of my question is the way the attachment 4 reads of the city manager's report. It says that the federal and provincial governments are also expected to seek out shovel-ready projects as part of a future infrastructure plan, construction that has the potential to be approved promptly and create jobs. Now, have we submitted a list? Is there another stream of federal infrastructure money? And has a short list been created by staff for executive and council approval?
So if I can, through the speaker, I'm going to ask Sandra Rodriguez to update us.
Thank you. Through the speaker, to your question, Councillor Pasternak, on the Community Culture and Recreation Fund, we did submit, as you recall, Council approved 130 projects. The province submits those projects to the federal government, and as we understand, they're in the process of doing that. And so at this point, we do not have any confirmed approval of any of our projects. In terms of the federal, we anticipate that the federal government will be rolling out additional infrastructure monies. At this point, we have no details on what those programs will look like. The one program that they did announce is the COVID-19 Resilience Stream. This program was announced in the spring. Further details were provided in September. At this point, our understanding is that the provincial and federal governments are negotiating the agreement for those funds, because those funds actually are not new money, but require the province to reallocate 10% of their monies allocated under the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. So we are awaiting for the province and the federal government to announce to municipalities what funding will be available through that stream. It is up to the province to decide if they will allocate up to 10% of that stream to this fund.
So this is a new stream of new money that we're expecting to come down, and it would be dependent on participation of the provinces.
So the COVID-19 stream is a stream that relies on provincial engagement, and it's not new money. It's a reallocation of existing funding under the Infrastructure Canada program. The federal government has indicated that they do expect to roll out additional programs in the upcoming months. At this point, we do not have any details on what those are, but we are in regular contact with the federal government as well as the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, trying to anticipate what those will be so that we are prepared in order to have our project list ready.
Okay, and that'll come, last time it came to executive.
Okay,
and then council.
Councillor Pasternak, that was your last question. You were way over time. Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I want to go back to the very first recommendation in the city manager's set of recommendations about convening this, possibly convening this whole of government's approach. I think it's a very interesting strategy, particularly for the GTHA region, because right now we've gone through a period of, in our numbers, surpassing Quebec, so we have a challenge that will go on for a long time. And we have to stay in stage 2 over most of that region. But I'm wondering, listening to the mayor talk about almost daily contact with ministers, and now you have been having contact, do you have any advance idea of what their feelings are about this whole of government's strategic table, or the possibility of it?
Sure, through the speaker. Both the Department of Infrastructure and as well as Innovation, we have talked to the deputy ministers of both, and again, this is coming from Ottawa. There's a real interest in looking at investments in large economic regions, and a very specific interest in understanding what outcomes we're trying to achieve. And how their dollars, as well as their policies and programs, can be designed to benefit, a larger population. So I can certainly say at the most senior of the administrative ranks, there's a very real conversation, a real interest in taking on more of a regional economic approach. And as well as your former city manager, I do talk with him as well. So Mr. Wallace and myself, I've shared the documentation that's in front of you with him. I'll be following up with a conversation with him and the new head of the Privy Council, who he reports to. So I think it's really important, and the initial feedback from certainly the federal, and equally important, because I've been talking to the deputy ministers of the major ministries within the province about a regional approach. And if you look at a lot of their planning, it's done on a regional basis as well. So I think the timing is right. We're probably more aligned to have this conversation now than before.
So in terms of that word alignment, I wonder if you could talk a bit about what the potential is in terms of going to that regional table and having some understanding with the city manager public service arm, and I know that there's a big city mayors caucus and the large urban mayors of this region caucus, but in going to that type of approach, if we get agreement to go to that type of approach, we're reaching a point as this pandemic stretches on, and there are certain big expenditures the federal government has had to continue to put out there for coping mechanisms, for stimulus mechanisms. We're already starting to hear the drums coming from the other side, though. Don Drummond was out there on the weekend saying there's a limit to how much you can spend to the other organs of government. So is there alignment in terms of the regional parties if we take this approach, that some of it may not be money, some of it may be looking at what was looked at during the Great Depression, going to local municipalities and saying we have to change who taxes for what, because we're going to be so far in debt, we need some really innovative approaches. Do you think there's alignment in the regional governments to go to that table and have those discussions?
I can say the big cities, the six biggest cities in Canada, there's a lot of alignment on everything from the digital economy to the impact that COVID is having on our downtowns and main streets. And again, the parties I'm talking to, it's really, Greater Vancouver and the Greater Montreal. And so there is some expectation that, the GTHA, would share the same concerns as these other big economic regions exist in the country. So, but I like your point. It is about money, there's no question, and there probably is a limit to the expenditures that the federal and provincial government can engage in. But it's also about legislation. I look at laws, governing the CRTC and how they work for us and don't. I look at policies and programs that are going to benefit from understanding the practical reality of their implementation on our ground. And I think this is where my counterparts are most interested in how it is that, key decisions are going to affect our downtowns and our main streets. And so we have a lot of information, I think,
right.
to help them.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Carroll, you're over your time. Thank you. Councillor Coe.
Yes, a question for city staff. I know we're talking about infrastructure and partnering with the federal provincial government in terms of trying to enable the city to take care of our infrastructure demands. One of the things that I see missing is there's really a void in digital democracy whereby vulnerable populations in the city of Toronto have the ability to participate in this new virtual type of government. Are we talking to the feds or the province about investing in access to the new digital democracy?
So through the speaker, the short answer is yes, but I think Josie certainly needs to expand on it. Josie?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. And through the speaker, we are definitely speaking with the feds and the province and across the country, as well as the GTHA. So there's a real need to support the inequity that we've seen through COVID in particular. So we actually created tables across Canada, as well as with within the region, within Toronto GTH, to actually have those discussions. And the feds are actually looking at supporting us, and they're just getting themselves organized on a couple of areas around tables around the digital infrastructure, the data side, as well as service delivery. So we are working hand in hand, and we're expecting actually to put some real clear initiatives in the next 2-3 months together as a group. So this is actually a prime focus of mine and the team right now.
So could you give me an example of what you're looking at in terms of? getting people, for instance, in seniors buildings, some of our TCHC buildings that can't afford Wi-Fi, can't afford laptops, can't afford iPhones. And how do they ever get to be part of the decision-making or be aware of the decision-making if they don't have digital access? It's already been 8 months, and there's been, essentially, we've been in a virtual mode here for 8 months. How do we implement some immediate investments in digital infrastructure to open up the city to these vulnerable communities?
So through the speaker, a great question, Councillor Cole, and Lawrence might want to comment. We have done actually quite a bit of work already supplying free Wi-Fi through some of our vendors, to some of them, not all of them, but we did some of that. The intent is actually, the table that I was talking about earlier, is we actually have fiber in the ground. We have our own fiber as a city, and actually leveraging that fiber is actually going to be something we want to do and actually be able to help some of the communities that you're referring to. The other thing also is working with the levels of government, putting a plan together that allows us to work with the telcos and other partners to be able to bring that to the vulnerable communities. And our focus will be the vulnerable communities first. So we will be coming back to council with that plan. I just want to let you know that. I don't know if Lawrence is on, if he wants to comment any more than that, but I think you'll be seeing a plan that really focuses first on what we had seen, the digital divide, the inequities of what you just talked about, and in those areas, and then actually expand it in further. So we'll be coming back with a plan.
Have you talked to them all, especially the federal government, about making digital access more affordable? Right now, it is
Absolutely.
extremely expensive. Are they examining the possibility of making digital access more affordable for people living in deep poverty that can't afford, again, to get online, to find out what council is doing, to attend a meeting, to be part of this council meeting? They're not part of the process right now, so we need perhaps some ideas that you may have in terms of expediting this.
So through the speaker, Councillor Cole, definitely we are speaking to the federal government. We need to accelerate some of the discussions around that piece, to your point. And I think the one thing that you will see as we come back to council is focusing on some of the vulnerable areas where we have our own fiber that we can leverage, and then working with the federal government on the bigger discussion around Toronto overall, and as well as the GTHA. So you will be seeing that. The engagement with some of the vulnerable communities, there's been quite a bit through Juliana's group. We've actually worked with our CTO and that group, but the federal government, from what I understand from the discussions we've had, Chris and I, many of us, they definitely want to be part. The digital area is an area that they want to invest. And we also know that we will be pushing the telcos in particular, to your point, around the affordability, because we are expensive in Canada compared to some of the, I would say, other countries in the world, actually. And that is an area, affordability is a critical part of the discussion also. So all your points are extremely valid, and that is part of our mandate to actually work with federal government and the provincial government on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wanted to pick up on some of the questions that were asked earlier, specifically on the Transform TO piece. So when is the next report for that coming back, and when are we going to see the next report?
So through the speaker, Councillor Bradford, the Transform TO report, I know that there was a letter that Jim had sent out on an update around it. There is a net zero report coming in next year. So between, I think it's going to be about second quarter. I'm just going to see if Jim can just confirm it. But that's kind of the timelines we're dealing with. We got a bit delayed, obviously, with the COVID, but we continue working through it. But I don't know if Jim's on, if he wants to comment any further. I don't think so, but I'll get the exact date for you.
Yeah, I'd like to know, because next year matters when, and as we're making all these big requests and thinking through intergovernmental asks, it's really critical that we have a sense of the timing on that. How are we planning to, if that comes back Q2, optimistically, how are we planning to incorporate and advance those plans through the restart and recovery program that's outlined in front of us here today?
We have submitted our budget into finance for 2020 and 2021, and there are specific asks that are in there as part of the 3-4 year plan that we had. So they're in there already. If there's incremental, that would be part of the budget process, and we would actually look at the prioritization of it. I'm sure the CFO would comment around that too. That would be our process going forward with all the priorities.
I guess my concern would be if we're getting the net zero report coming in Q2 and we're doing budget in February in the budget process now, how do we make sure that the pieces or what would be the asks or the associated costs with that net zero piece, how that is going to be factored into this budget?
So I'll ask the CFO to comment, but obviously we're submitting right now. We're not going to, and some of the work that we're doing will come after this budget process. I think we would be coming back to council with their specific needs next year at that point in time and request to be looked at and not wait for 2022. But I'll let the CFO comment on that because I don't want to actually presume that.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, as I mentioned earlier with Councillor McKelvey's question, there's a series of criteria that we look at when we're prioritizing our capital projects. And as you know, the city declared a climate change emergency. So there is a heightened awareness and the risk profile with regards to infrastructure projects is elevated because of that particular climate change emergency declaration. And so through the budget process, we are looking at our capital plan. Our capital plan is being revisited for many reasons. Obviously, COVID's impact during 2020 and what are the opportunities that we can find alternative financing sources, as I mentioned, the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. So we are looking at projects, not only from a prioritization perspective, but also funding sources.
Okay. Well, I guess if we could just get an update on when the timing of the report and stuff, and Josie, I understand that you'll get that to me.
I absolutely will get it to you.
Yeah, thank you. I guess maybe this would be a question more for the city manager, and a lot of folks have sort of alluded to this, and it's just clarity around how we're anticipating council interfacing with the next steps of this recovery programming and actually the implementation. This is a good sort of roadmap at a high level, lots of priorities, but they're all priorities. They all need to be advanced, and I'd like a little bit more to understand the thinking of how we move towards implementation, and specifically what is the role of council in that as well.
If I can, through the speaker, I think maybe one of the more recent and closest examples to how we're going to work together would be the whole subway upload conversation that we had. That on a fairly regular basis, we are in front of you presenting the progress on that work, and where I clearly needed your support. We were presenting reports with recommendations doing so. I mean, this is a much wider table of matters that we have to focus on. So I would expect, not unlike what you experienced with the subway matter, that we're going to be connected in that way, and that I will be bringing things from those tables that I'm hearing and meeting with your support and informing you along the way. So, I mean, this is unprecedented, obviously, and so, but I think the idea of not working closely with you is not in my mind. It is, but it begins by building that relationship on this broad base and bringing the information to you and helping you make decisions.
Okay, thank you. That was your time. Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. To the city manager, you have identified that at present we have a hole of about $1.5 billion entering into writing the 2021 budget. Correct?
Through the speaker, it's actually closer to 1.7.
1.7. And, you know, I mean, for those of us who watch the budget and, you know, we only really have about $4.5 billion that's at our discretion. The rest is the flow through. So we'd be losing a third of our discretionary spending.
So through the speaker, I mean, this is, I think, one of our fundamental concerns. I mean, we do not want to go into deficit financing. We've made that clear, and nor do we want to, you know, cut so deeply into reserves that are there for a very specific reason. You know, so I mean, you're right. I mean, this is a very important milestone that we're in.
Right. So you, in an earlier question, you answered Councillor Wong Tam by saying you'd be reporting to us quarterly. Did I hear that right? Trying to. Yeah.
Yes.
So here's the circle I can't square. The budget will be launched within the quarter, and you are currently in negotiations with the federal government and the provincial government to help close that $1.5 billion. They will be picking and choosing between the priorities they have. We as a council might feel that a universal childcare program is the most important thing. They may be. So we won't know until the budget is launched what monies we're going to have available to close that gap and what agreements those governments are going to make.
Yeah, no, through the speaker, I think, you know, as I think I said at executive, and I'll say again, we need to know what kind of support we might be able to count on for 2021 as soon as possible. Absolutely right. I mean, if we don't know until the budget books are basically printed and we're well into the debate as to whether or not there'll be any help of the magnitude, that presents some what could amount to some very draconian discussions.
Thank you. I was asking something slightly different. I wasn't asking what happens if the total amount doesn't come. You're in conversations with them. They're going to offer monies for some specific things based on their priorities. It might be climate change, it might be child care, it might be building highways. I don't know. But you are going to, before you come back to council, have to have those negotiations. Nothing in the report in front of us tells you which of those is the most important to this council. How will you decide during those negotiations which pieces need to be closed, which are of secondary importance?
Right, and I think what's important to communicate to them, and I think it's captured in our TOR report, is the fact is that right now we have equity-seeking services that are in the greatest amount of demand as we've ever seen. And by those, I mean everything from our shelters to our child care facilities, long-term care facilities. I would argue parks and the programming that we need to you know, support people who otherwise would have nothing. And you could add to that transit as well. So, I mean, these are the matters that people relied on before, but are increasingly important to them. So just as with the budget, you know, I would respectfully submit that we should be making sure that if there are any, you know, efficiencies or cuts, if you will, that we do not do it at the expense of the services that people need most right now.
Right.
So anything that we
thank
can
you.
do.
If I could just fit, I think I got the gist of what you're doing. So I have your personal understanding on that. So here's the thing I don't understand. Let us suppose you're in those conversations and the province of Ontario, rather than wanting to provide childcare or housing or transit operating funds, wants to provide us funds so that we can give, we can waive taxes for small business. And that's the help they want to give. That doesn't obviously meet what you just said as the priorities. If you have no direction from council, you have no scheduled interaction with council before the budget gets launched, how does that public conversation take place? And how does the government of the City of Toronto, this council, be involved in that very, very important political debate?
So to your point, I mean, I think there is an opportunity to give me the kind of direction I need to make sure that the equity-seeking services are going to be considered as important to the upper levels of government as they are to us. They have certainly, the upper levels of government have been funding these services, so it's for them to be.
Well, some of us might disagree about whether the province is giving funding to equity-seeking groups right now.
Well, but nonetheless, I mean, it's communicating our expectations, and I would submit that, you know, the upper levels of government have not shied away from trying to help where the help is most needed. So, but any support I could get from all of you would be, on this matter specifically, would be much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lai, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Many good questions were being asked, and and most of my questions have been answered. Just want to ask a few questions about, are we going to be getting regular reports about the implementation of the recommendations? I know that we are doing it with the federal and provincial government at those tables, but what about with these implementation for these recommendations that's been proposed?
Through the Speaker, yes, I believe, certainly I am coming back the first quarter of 2021. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect me to be reporting either as needed, you know, as quickly as I should be reporting, but generally speaking, on a quarterly basis, I should be giving you an update on as to our progress and seeking your support for whatever direction I need.
Thank you. And another question I would have is that we know that we will not be allowed to have a deficit budget. So you're saying that we might have to go through deficit financing. So how confident are you as a city manager, you know, for that we have, what is your plan, and how confident are you that we're going to balance our budget for 2020?
Well, yeah, well, that's just it. I mean, we're, you know, we still remain concerned for 2020. I just want to be abundantly clear. There's no one in senior management supporting or recommending, being given the permission to deficit finance any of these, you know, pandemic-related fiscal problems. That we think would be a fundamental mistake. We expect the province and federal government to continue supporting us in the manner in which they have. We need that for 2021, but clearly we have to get into a much different discussion in terms of, you know, the tools that we need to be financially, you know, responsible and capable down the road. So I just can't imagine us in 2022, 2023 having to continue to, you know, go to the federal and provincial government to get the kind of support that we have been getting this year and need next year.
And do we have a formula in place that says, you know, the longer the pandemic goes, the financial impact on the city would be, let's say, an X dollar amount? Do we have a formula or for our finances?
Yeah, through the Speaker, I mean, there will be a day where the virus will be in hand and that won't be the issue anymore. What I'm more concerned about is the behaviors that we're adopting right now in terms of everything from teleworking, which I think you're going to see a lot of that continue well beyond the vaccine. And, you know, and some of the other, you know, the slower recovery that is possibly going to happen with respect to everything from our entertainment sector, our retail sector. So the impact of this is not going to end when we come up with a cure. The impact of this is going to go on for months, if not years. And all the more reason for the federal and provincial government and ourselves to be talking about, you know, the kind of recovery that we need to see happen. And that, you know, and again, I would strongly urge, you know, council, but also the provincial and federal government to, you know, to get us onto that path of, you know, financial sustainability with the tools that we need in order to be successful, because a successful Toronto is a successful Ontario, a successful Canada.
Yeah, my last question is that I like the idea of being a winter city, the recommendation about the winter city. So, but I'm also very concerned about the small businesses in the city. What has the city been doing to help small businesses? And have we actually made this a top priority when we are at the provincial and the federal table?
Well, we have shared all of our strategies with the upper levels of government. For that matter, we've been sharing them with the other major cities that we work with. So, you know, everything that we've done in the way of Curb TO and all the other programs that we've put in place to try and support businesses. And so, but I can tell you, we, as you would expect, are not alone. Montreal, I know Mayor there shares Mayor Tory's view about downtowns and main streets. And I just want to say, you know, the digital economy is you know, both a blessing and a curse. And you know, we need to recognize that the more and more online shopping that people are going to be doing is going to have you know, a massive impact on our main streets and our small businesses that you know, will be able to some extent transition into more of a digital approach to business, but you know, not everyone is going to be successful in that matter. So this is something that we're bringing up with the federal government, and it's a concern I know we share with all the major cities that we're talking to on a regular basis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe my questions are for the city manager. I wanted to zoom particularly in on the TOR report around pages 159 around government and financial renewal. I guess these are philosophical questions, and I'll paraphrase. The report tells us that over time we've come to rely on and we have come to recommend a number of social services, transit, and housing funding packages. And for one reason or another, City Council has been saddled to take on a lot of the financial burden of these through the property tax base. The report goes on to talk about it as not a function way that income grows. I guess my question is, you know, how do we square this up over time? I know in the report it talks about the Ontario 360 initiative and the In It Together report that had some principles. And I wondered if you, City Manager, had some ideas on how that if we go and solve this as proposed in some of the recommendations before us, or try to solve it, how we don't end up in the same boat a few years later.
So you may have to hold this time because I'm sure, like all of you, some of what you just said was broken, and because you kept cutting out. Can you summarize for me, Councillor, very quickly your question?
Yep. Thank you. I'm sorry, I can't tell from my end if the transmission breaks, but essentially I'm just talking about the relationship and the funding arrangements between us and other orders of government that we propose to set out to try to sort these out so that each order of government is paying for the service that is matched to it. And I guess over time, our City Council changes service levels and demands to meet rising demands, and we end up shifting that money to the property tax base, which the report talks about as an inappropriate way to do it. If we are writing checks that the other orders of government are expected to cash, and we're going to go through a process to try to square all that up right now, how do we not get back into this situation over the long term?
Well, I don't know if there's a simple answer to that question. I mean, we do know that the property tax is not the tool that should be addressing these massive social issues. And this is really why I think we want to, we want to talk to the provincial government as well as the federal government about how do we better integrate, if you will, healthcare, and in particular mental health as well as addiction services, to people that are in forms of housing that are not necessarily their first choice, but certainly what we have to offer. So it is about, I think at the end of the day, it is about better service integration it is about trying to find ways to move away from the property tax as a means by which to address social issues. And it does, it does raise the question, I think, fundamentally about whether or not other tax tools, such as sales tax, would be more or better aligned to the kinds of challenges that we're addressing. I mean, at the end of the day, we're probably dancing all around it, but it is about looking at income distribution as a means by which to maybe start to tackle some of these systemic problems that we face. Driving people into poverty is not in anyone's interest, I don't think, and we're seeing that I think in abundance right now. So, and I'll just go back to say that pooling, which was all being funded by property tax as well. I mean, when we did away with that measure, for whatever reason that we did, I wouldn't suggest going back to pooling, on the basis of, again, property tax being the means by which to address some of our challenges. There's got to be another way.
So a couple of like the Territory 60 In It Together report, which even talks about a panel run by David Crombie back in the 90s with principles on how to handle this governance. Is it the best model that you've just talked about, where we have two governments that agree to pay for something, but neither are accountable? Or is there a way to clean up this model so that it is one government, one order of government that is responsible for a particular service? And if they're going to talk about it and set the service level, they can pay for the whole thing. And I guess the point I'm making is if we don't have clear lines, how do we not end up in this scenario when it's not COVID, but it's some other urgent issue that causes a problem between the two governments and the funding of all the services that we need to make the city go round?
I think, at some point we may need to start thinking about a different definition of regional government. I know as cities, we've been talking to each other about our across the GTHA about our housing strategies. And we fully realize in Toronto there are so many services that are badly needed by people that we end up, shouldering the most, need for shelters. And it's not much different in Hamilton because of the healthcare system there. But it does start to beg the question, in light of the reincarnation of the LHINs, whether or not, we should be looking at the delivery of housing and the support services, and maybe not necessarily well, definitely not on a municipal basis, but maybe more on a GTHA regional wide basis. That way I think you could probably make, better policy and program decisions and align revenues to support a program like that.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, my first question is, in fact, for the mayor. I don't know if he's available.
Right here.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor, I wonder if you could help us to explain your intergovernmental work and activity, the work that you're taking on behalf of council and the residents of Toronto. I wanted to understand how you are reporting that out to us as council, and at the same time try to understand what we could do more, both in terms of residents as well as members of council, to assist you. Because I would submit to you that it would be important for us to speak from one voice, and that would be your voice on behalf of all those citizens and residents of Toronto and council. I'm just wondering if you could help us to understand your work and what your strategy is.
Well, I mean, the process is a difficult one. Thank you for the question through you, Speaker, to Deputy Mayor Thompson. The process is a difficult one to describe because it is very fluid. Obviously, we have a set of issues that are consistent issues that are there all the time, whether it's support for affordable housing or whether it's support for transit. And then there are things like pandemic, which is almost becoming one of those permanent files that come up. And then there's a whole bunch of things in between. And so I wasn't exaggerating earlier on. I mean, I'm not a person that's prone to sort of exaggerate what it is I'm doing and how much time I'm spending at this. And it was a revelation to me in a way how much time the mayor, at least this mayor, spends on intergovernmental affairs and how high the stakes are in terms of the money that, if you go back and look, for transit, for housing, for other things, I, with the help of our public service and others, have been successful at getting for the city. But so I don't, if you said, do I have a sort of a game plan that sort of says, well, I know what the move's going to be a week Friday? I don't, because so much of it depends on how they respond, what our needs are, how our needs change, and so on. But it is probably my principal responsibility that I have, if you said to me, have I done as much? I report publicly on it all the time. And you see that I do the public reporting with a sense of strategy. And that when I sat up in those media avails and said, well, we're going to have to cut the transit system in half if you don't respond, that is a way of my reporting, without getting into the granular detail of how those discussions are going, which at that time was not well, because the provinces and the feds weren't getting along. That's really what was going on. And I had to raise the ante with my colleagues across the country. And there's a huge part of this, by the way, that involves cooperation with the other mayors across Canada and with the GTHA mayors, who I chair a meeting of once a week. So I won't repeat all the calls that I make every single day, including a call to the Premier this morning while we've been meeting. I apologize. A call to Marco Mendicino. I was on when you asked the last question of me. It just goes on. I will say this by final comment to this question, Speaker, and through you to Deputy Mayor Thompson. If I could do a better job, I would, but I think it underlines part of the issue we're having here. The notion of having daily or weekly reporting, the thing is so fluid that I think the reports would be meaningless almost by the time they were written. So I think the idea of discussing some kind of a reporting like quarterly is more reasonable because, and look, anybody who wants to call me, and I can list out the people who call and the ones who've been helpful. I'll say Councillor Cressy, for example, has been very helpful in our intergovernmental dealings, and others have as well. Councillor Fletcher has, Councillor Carroll is often a source of wise counsel on these things. But, I'm always willing to take a call or willing to get advice or give advice on this. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My next question for the City Manager. Mr. City Manager, looking at recommendation number 53, and I know that you've responded to, I believe as Councillor Lai, you talk a little bit about telework and so on, but there's a necessity for us to convene and gather to talk about how we're going to address the issue in terms of our office towers being vacant, and many of the businesses in that area and those areas who rely on the daily traffic and so on are not getting that. I'm just wondering how we can approach that because, and at the end of the day, let me throw this out as well. We're not going to be able to tax and spend our way through this pandemic. We're going to have to work with businesses. We're going to have to find ways to help to train young people, bringing the cultural component. All of these things have got to come into place. And it's an omnibus question that I'm asking you because I'm running out of time in a moment. But at the same time, I also wanted to understand whether or not you know. Speaker, I can hear other voices. I'm not sure what's happening. I also want to understand whether or not you understand what the volume total is of the gap that you talk about that we had prior to the pandemic, what that cost would be to help us as we relate to addressing the pandemic issues. It's a big question, and I'm looking forward to your answer.
I think I'm looking forward to my answer as well. Well, I mean, first of all, I can tell you that this whole of government approach, as complex as that is, and as it relates to our downtowns and our main streets and what's happening in all those small businesses, as much as I know that the governments want to have this conversation and put in place the right measures to help people to the extent that we're going to be able to. The other part of this is the whole of community approach. And so I know you've been chairing tables as well as Councillor Bradford. I think right now, there are a need to make sure that the data around the impacts that are happening to people as we speak and what that projection looks like over time in terms of their recovery. That's going to be important information at the tables that I know we're going to be at federally and provincially. But also, I would say with the committees that you're working with, what are the other ideas that people have that would go a long way at, at mitigating the present problems and maybe helping to build them back over time? That isn't to say that I don't think at this point we have anywhere near the full range of answers that I think are going to be necessary to help, these people that have invested their lives in these businesses. I mean, I know the federal government as well as ourselves in the province, are trying to get as many businesses shifted online as possible, and there's some success in that. But again, I look at the challenges that we're going to face with our office towers, about people, coming back to work in the manner in which we were all working before COVID. And I mean, realistically, there was a slow movement in teleworking before that was just amplified. And then what happens with respect to all of the online shopping that's happening through Amazon and everyone else? I think I've said many times, that commercial trade is not being taxed by us at all. In fact, the trucks that are rolling on our streets, they don't pay for any of those repairs. So there's got to be a whole different funding arrangement that the municipalities can benefit from that doesn't exist right now. Maybe some of that money can be used to, helping people, gain their livelihoods back. But the other thing I want to just say, and I realize yours was a very all-encompassing question. I think Toronto needs to be at the table when we talk about prosperity with other levels of government in terms of the kinds of training and the education that our next generations are going to need in order to be successful as this economic situation evolves. Yeah, we don't dictate what courses people take at university or college, nor do we have control over what school boards do. But we have a vested interest in those conversations. We certainly have social programs here where the monies that we do spend can be more earmarked to people who are living on the margins and need a better chance. So there are a range of things that we can do to help individuals and help businesses. But I think it's important for us to be at the table. When the government looks at what does the digital economy mean? How do we engage people who right now are falling between the cracks at a speed that we've never seen before?
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. We'll now recess to 2:00. Thank you. This meeting is now resumed. Members, before the lunch recess, Council was debating the Mayor's first key matter, item EX 17.1, towards recovery and building a renewed Toronto. We will return to that item after the release of member holds. And this morning, we also adopted a procedure motion to remove items from the Audit Committee and bring them forward to this meeting. We have not yet reviewed the items to take member holds. Please put your name on the list if you have an item to release or if you wish to hold any of the audit items. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have one item which I wish to hold, and that is AU 6.2, Audit a Winter Road Maintenance Program, Phase 1, Leveraging Technology and Improving Design and Management of Contracts to Achieve Service Level Outcomes. I only have a technical amendment, but if other members of council had interest in it, hopefully they could let myself or the auditor know so that she may be prepared to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have questions, thanks.
Oh, you have questions? Okay, is there any other
I'll
item?
have questions.
Are there any other items on the audit agenda that members would like to hold down? Please indicate. No? Okay. Do we have any release of holds? So, yeah, can I have a motion then to adopt the audit report excluding AU 6.2 that Councillor Holyday is holding, moved by Councillor Holyday. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Are there any quick items? Release of holds? No? Okay. Okay, there are a number of member motions to be introduced. When I call out your name, if you could please read out the motion. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. This motion is urgent because it is critical for the project to pay the development charges.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher, you're next. Councillor Cressy, can you move that on behalf of Councillor Fletcher?
Be happy to move on behalf of Councillor Fletcher the introduction of this. It is urgent as many restaurants are facing dangerously high insurance charges at this moment in time.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Fillion?
Yes, it's an appeal of a committee of adjustment application which staff wrote against and the committee turned down.
All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just waiting for the motion to come up.
There it is.
I'm sorry, I don't have it up. I've got it partially up on my meeting portal, but not completely. There we go. So I'd like to move introduction of this. It's essentially
We can't hear you, Councillor Perks.
small. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Off and on.
I'm in your hands as to what to do, Speaker.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, I'd like to move introduction of this. It's a small technical amendment in zoning approval we recently gave for a long-term care facility in my ward.
Okay, on favor? Is that Runnymede Hospital, Councillor Perks?
Yes, it is, Speaker.
Okay. Carried. Councillor Perruzza.
Yes? Oh, yeah. I'd like to move the motion that's in front of us, Speaker. Select open temporary sites for physical distancing shelters, motion without notice, reasons for urgency. I'd like to add this motion to the agenda, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Carried. That's it. So we'll now go down back to the list of questions for item EX 17.1.
Hey, Rachel, was that the motion on the?
Councillor Perruzza, you're up to ask questions.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions as it relates to municipal governance, and I never see in these reports, Speaker, when we talk about resources for the city, as everyone knows, as the public knows, municipalities are generally responsible for the property tax, for the entirety of the property tax. But as you know, we collect just a little under $2 billion of property tax monies in the City of Toronto, and basically turn that money over to the provincial government. And that just goes into their general revenues, and they spend across the province wherever they like. And we also collect for the provincial government. I believe a little.
Councillor Perruzza.
My question is.
Councillor, yeah, questions. If you have questions.
Yeah, my question is to the. I guess it would be to the chief financial officer or the city manager. And we collect a little over $2 billion in education tax from properties in the City of Toronto, and again turn those monies over to the provincial government. Both of them combined, it's almost it's a little over $4 billion worth in property taxes for the provincial government. Why is it that we are never pursuing requesting the provincial government that the property taxes paid in the City of Toronto should stay in the City of Toronto, instead of having to go first collecting all of these monies and turning them over to them, and then having to go cap in hand to the provincial government, for a little under $2 billion worth of shared programs, monies, grant monies from the province.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, during COVID, in actual fact, we did have conversations with the province with regards to the taxes that were collected, but also the taxes that weren't collected because of the deferral options that the municipality offered residents. So we have actually had conversations with the province. We did change the payment terms. I know that's not specifically what you're asking, but there are ongoing conversations with the province with regards to the amount that we collect, but also to, they too have commitments under the education sector that they feel that those monies are directly spent in those areas that support the schools in our city. So it is a policy conversation, but I will assure you that we did have conversations with the province during COVID to discuss exactly that issue, that we've collected a significant amount of money that benefits them, and we did negotiate different payment terms to remit those school taxes that we collected on their behalf.
So when Mike Harris amalgamated the cities, one of the and when he did this cost sharing arrangement, downloaded housing to us, downloaded the rest of the capital for a greater share of capital for the TTC, downloaded a whole bunch of other things for the city. One of the good things that Mike Harris and I know someone is going to write a tweet about this today and chastise me for it, for saying that Mike Harris actually did a good thing. But one of the good things that he did do was he said that he was going to scale back the education property tax to the point where at some point it would be zero, and that it would create that tax room for the city of Toronto. Why did that all of a sudden stop? And in fact, if anything, it's gone back the other way. That's question number one. And I know the speaker's about to call my questions in a second. Question number two is earlier this year in February, I moved a motion or a series of motions requesting reports from you around the share of residential versus commercial. I believe that Councillor Bradford wants to move the same motion today, but we've already got that motion done. And it was done earlier this year, and you were supposed to give us a report on that before the 2021 budget process. I haven't seen that report. I just wanted to know where the status of that is. And question number three.
Councillor Prusa, you're way over time. You're way over time. Let the staff answer your question because you're way over 5 minutes. Okay, if we can have staff answer your question, and because you're over time. Okay, if we can have the staff answer the question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Prusa, I can't comment on the direction of provincial policy, and something that if Mike Harris made a commitment in prior years, I really can't comment on how the province is taking those commitments from a prior government. The second question with regards to coming back and speaking or reporting back on the balancing of the residential and the commercial tax. There is a commitment to come back, and we will fulfill that commitment.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the questions on this item. Unless there's any member of council. Oh, I don't see his name here. Oh, sorry. Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just a couple questions of the city manager, and then whoever's available from the Office of Energy and Environment. So first to the city manager. Prior to last March, what was the list? Do we have any quantum for what the list was of requests to other levels of government? So I know that a list was prepared at one point. Is it 100 asks that equals?
Yeah. I'm not going to ballpark because I think Sandra probably has a more specific answer. So Sandra Rodriguez, please.
Through the chair, hello, Councillor Layton. So there's no one list we have for each infrastructure program, and I believe that you're thinking about just generally our infrastructure programs. Please correct me if I'm wrong. We prioritize based on the requirements and for that specific program in terms of what the lists are for those programs that are project based, and we have There are others, like for example, the federal gas tax and the provincial gas tax that we actually have allocations, for example. So what we do is that we use the projects that are listed in our capital plan, and then we shortlist based on the project parameters that are outlined by the specific funding program.
So let's stay on infrastructure for a moment, but I do actually mean the wider, the bigger list of requests that might not be infrastructure based, like requests for additional revenue tools, like requests for jurisdiction on matters or changes to federal policy that might impact our programs. I can give you a couple examples. I don't think I need to, but on the infrastructure piece, certainly the programs that are available aren't enough to cover all of our infrastructure needs, correct? So when we have, excuse me, when we have a list, well, the province or the feds or the province offer up an envelope of money, and we have a list of unfunded capital need, right? Does council prioritize what goes into that request, or is that a staff decision?
So through the chair, we have brought forward reports, for example, under the Community Culture and Recreation Fund. We brought forward a list of projects that we wanted to submit based on the criteria that we had identified to council under the disaster. In some cases, for example, under the Disaster Mitigation Fund, we brought forward the successful projects, and we do have authority to enter into the agreements for those projects. But we are always reliant on the capital plan. And to your point, Councillor, in terms of the broader ask, we also do track all of the asks the council is making of the federal and provincial government on every council cycle. And those priorities are raised at the right tables at the right time through FCM and all of our other channels.
So that's a long list. Is that fair to classify it as a long list? And Chris, you're a busy guy, right?
We do have a long list.
We got a long list. You're a busy guy. You're on the phone with ADMs from across the from across divisions. How do you decide what's the first thing you raise?
Well, again, it depends on what the nature of the conversation is with the individual.
Sure. Would you say you have a conversation with ADMs on every item on that list?
No.
Or do you make a call about which you should raise at whatever time seems appropriate?
It's probably more closer to that, and it's the conversations generally with deputy ministers, and depending on the program that is in play and what advice I'm getting, certainly from staff.
Just really.
Go ahead.
Sorry, really quickly. I have 30 seconds here. When did we make our first financial ask of the federal government as a result of COVID?
I'd have to double check. It would have been really early in the scene because we were the ones that were telling everyone that we were about $1.5 billion to almost $3 billion in challenges in 2020. So it would have been March, April. I think that we would have been communicating the broad financial pressure that we're under.
And when did we receive the first check?
Heather, when did we receive the first check?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, we received our first check in September, and that was for the transportation aspect of the Safe Restart funding. However, we did receive commitment letters in August.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. So that's it for the questioners. Now we'll go to the speakers list. So if you'd like to speak, if you could now press your button, request to speak. First speaker is Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. I have two motions. I think it's two now. The first one being that City Council direct the City Manager to create a public information campaign using city advertising locations, including the TTC, to inform Torontonians of COVID-related financial impacts and the requests made by the federal and provincial governments related to fulfilling the city's recovery and rebuild recommendations, and then it goes on to ask for a report back to council when the city manager regularly reports back. And then my next motion, it's too long to read, but there are a series of motions related to our climate, the climate portion of the recommendations. The first one includes developing a set of recommendations for council to send to Toronto Hydro, which was one of the recommendations that came from a group of academics that were advising, trying to give advice to council. The second one being communicating publicly some issues we're having with the home energy loan program and CMHC and major lending institutions. This is not a new problem. It's been going on for quite some time. We'd like it resolved. One is an update, trying to the net faster than is being it's listed in the report. Next being the commitment prioritizing a creation of a local green economy, about job training in the low carbon jobs. And then one about requesting the city manager to consider putting forward some resilient funding stream proposals that could be fast tracked around repairs to city buildings, in particular priority housing buildings. So I know this is a lot. The report first, I should thank staff for the report. I think that it was a lot of effort went in to compiling what was a sort of a constant stream of information that I know I was a part of adding to, and today, as you've seen, I've added a little bit more. But there is a significant amount of work that went into this. I should say that I understand the mayor is moving a motion that I'll be supportive of around improving accountability and in the delivery of what we are committing to through this report, but also accountability of other levels of government to the Intergovernmental Roundtable. And that would be involve additional reports back to council and to executive committee, so that throughout the process, the community can have a say, and as can we as the elected officials. And I think that's one of the pieces that I saw as a shortcoming of the recommendations that came forward, was that accountability piece and ensuring that the community could be heard, because accountability is not just about seeing how the decisions are made, which is incredibly important, but it's also about the communities having a stake in this, so that this is not a list, so that other levels of government don't feel like this is a list of councillors' priorities, it's a list of Torontonians' priorities. And I think we need to make that perfectly clear, and you do that by mobilizing support. You mobilize support by bringing forward updates into how the negotiations are going, as well as how our implementation is going throughout. So that's on the accountability and the mobilizing piece. I really do think that the final piece needs to be how bold this effort is. Building the same old is not going to be enough. Just going back to pre-March 2020, the pre-March 2020 economy and society is not going to be us actually learning from what we've been going through the past 7 months and using it as an opportunity to change and to advance some of the issues that we knew as we declared a climate emergency, that we knew as we declared affordable housing, and so I would is bringing forward the motion that you'll see in a moment, or later on in the debate. I would have liked to see it go a little bit further. We've landed in a place that is both practical, the reporting deadlines of the city, but allow for both the community to mobilize behind a solution to this, and for us to hear from them and bring forward what thoughts and wishes are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Now we do have some questions for you on the mover. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Councillor Layton. Just I've had the opportunity to serve on the hydro board for some time, and perhaps I know just enough to know when I have concerns about particular directions. I wondered, Councillor Layton, if you could clarify about how we could make recommendations to hydro to do things and expect them to pay for it. Just knowing the principle is that we can't have ratepayers bear the cost of political direction to an entity like hydro. It's against the regulatory rules. And whether or not funding it out of the dividend would be the appropriate place.
Well, sure. I actually think we do have the ability to run energy efficiency programs over and above what is the guidelines of the ISO tell us. And we've been given this advice actually a couple times by both the academics as well as our friends at the Atmospheric Fund, that we can, because of the for-profit hand of Toronto Hydro, there's an opportunity there to go above and beyond. And if it does come out of the dividend, well, you know what? So be it. We pay for public programs. We pay to achieve our goals as a government through the revenues we can raise. And the reality is, if we're either going to pay for it out of the tax-supported budget, we're either going to pay for it as debt, or we're going to pay for it as other streams of revenue. Other LDCs, other local distribution companies, are actually doing more than we are. It's recognized that we're not doing enough, that we could be bolder in that way. Toronto Hydro used to be such an amazing a force in energy efficiency and demand management. We used to have a renewable energy program. Sadly, that's faltered in the last couple of years, and I think we should try to get that back on track by demonstrating.
So would you be okay with a friendly amendment that would focus this in on the dividend and also tie it to the budget process, because that's what it really means, that we would take less money through their revenue stream, and perhaps council could make a shareholder direction. Would you consider that a friendly amendment? Just a
my apologies. My deepest apologies, Councillor Holiday. My internet started wavering there, so I didn't get what the friendly amendment was.
Sure. Would you take it a friendly amendment to send this through the budget process, because it ultimately relies on the dividend, and also to understand that it's a budget reporting mechanism, because we would be giving shareholder direction to enhance the service, and so it has to route through the city's budget process.
So I've asked for a report back by the end of the year. I haven't asked to implement any changes. I wouldn't really consider it friendly if we were putting a 6-month delay on it. So I'd prefer to see it pass, and perhaps when the city manager brings it back, we could ask for budget implications. I think that may that might suffice to address your concerns if we just added the notion that the report back from the city manager include any budget implications.
Okay.
So, Madam
Speaker, may
I raise a point of order?
Councillor Holiday, hold on. You only 3 minutes for asking a question on the motion. So you're over 3 minutes. So Councillor Fletcher, you're next.
May I raise a point of order, Madam Speaker?
Point of order.
May I ask you, Madam Speaker, to determine whether or not, and perhaps in consultation with the solicitor, whether or not request number 1 is indeed in order, because it may infer, without it being out of the dividend, that it may not even be legal with respect to our, and I'm not an expert, with respect to our affiliate relationship code and the mechanisms. Could we check on that? Because I certainly wouldn't want council to put something forward that is not permissible.
Okay, well, we'll check with the city solicitor. Councillor Fletcher, question, clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
Yes, a couple of things. Number 2, I just wanted to quickly hear what some of the issues are with the home energy loan program. If you could quickly tell me that.
So
and number 2 is going to be about Toronto Hydro. And the Toronto Hydro used to be, as you know, a leader in GHG reduction and energy efficiency. And they had targets, I believe, set, big partners. So I'm a little surprised to see that and perhaps realize that they're not in the same position as they've always been. So if you could just address the 2 of those in my 1 minute and 30 seconds, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, please. Thank you.
Sure. I'll answer the first question first, but it's on number 2. So there's 2 problems here with the with some barriers to the expansion of the home energy loan program, which has resulted in, we believe, about half of the applications coming in not proceeding, or at least not proceeding with this program. The first is the regulatory requirement from CMHC to require lender consent, meaning the bank needs to sign a letter for you saying we consent to you adding a secondary priority lien to the project. That is easily changed by the minister. We have informed the minister for years. We've been telling them this is a problem and could easily change. And that just with one stroke means any property can now put solar on their roof without any money down. Can put a geothermal project in the ground without any money down. It's paid back over your property taxes. It's huge. This is the only renewable energy incentive in the province of Ontario, and it's held up by really silly regulation. The second part is banks are kind of pointing the other finger, saying, "Well, you got to get this letter, and we're not sure we want to let you do it." And so they're being a big problem here. And I'll give you an example. Me, I at one point in time applied for the HELP program and got all the documentation from the city, put some insulation in the roof and the walls and upgrade to the furnace. And I wanted to try the program out. I could have easily extended my mortgage and done it, but I wanted to try the program out. And so we ended up, I first got the bank saying, "Well, you got to go to CMHC." And I said, "No, I don't. I knew that. You're the one that has to sign." Years later, they still haven't gotten that piece of paper signed. Years. So we're going to try to solve it both ways. Really quickly on the Toronto Hydro pieces, I've been told that because we have a for-profit arm of Toronto Hydro, we're allowed to do more than the IESO has set out. Because when the new government provincially came in, they scrapped all the LDCs, the local distribution companies' ability to do energy efficiency. Scrapped it. It was entirely a provincial change that said
Thank you,
can't put
Councillor
it back
Layton.
on the rate base.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. You're way over 3 minutes. Mayor Tory,
Sorry.
question on the mover?
First of all, could I ask the member through you, Speaker, whether he would consider making an amendment to this to ask the city manager to have such a campaign prepared and available for possible use? I see the wording here as being directive to run a campaign, and I'll maybe ask a couple of other questions when I have time in a minute about the impact I think that could have if we do it at the wrong time in the wrong way. So would you consider softening, or whatever the word is, amending this wording in that regard?
I would, and based on the advice of some of your staff, I put in the language as part of the regular report back and asked them not to took out the word implement immediately. I'm happy to soften it some more. This is something that we've used this before on a couple of occasions, years ago in transit funding with the 1 cent campaign. And then again, I believe in the transit piece in 2019, either that or in the Toronto public health fight when Premier Ford tried to cut public health funding. We did a similar motion. I'm happy to amend it to bring it back and before we implement it. Certainly, I wouldn't want to hamper your efforts or make those phone calls with all those ministers more uncomfortable for you.
Just in that regard, final question for me, Speaker, on clarifying this motion. You would agree that if you were sitting in Queen's Park or Ottawa, that if you just implemented this campaign, it could actually have a negative effect as seen to the oppositional at a time when we were making great progress in getting the money that we're trying to get?
Well, I think when you look at our progress, there's no doubt more recently we've been able to advance, but we made our original request in April and we didn't get any money until September. So I would just say that we need to use the tools we have to force the hands of the other levels of government. I do believe that the diplomacy that's being conducted, I think, is helpful. But at the end of the day, if the money doesn't start to flow, we need to use the tools we have to push those Toronto MPs. There's a lot of Toronto MPs that are in government, and we want to make sure their constituents understand that it's not just up to the municipal government to cover these bills. We need support from other levels of government. So I would say that if it happens at the wrong time, it could be problematic and make those phone calls more uncomfortable for you. But if they don't, if the federal government doesn't come through, I want to make every conversation those MPs have with constituents 10 times more uncomfortable than the calls you'll have.
You're talking to the guy who's gone door to door against these governments when necessary, but only when necessary. And my final question would in fact then be, would you say, just in terms of your comments about timing, that to put together a national program that will cause ultimately well more than $1 billion to flow to our city to help with our issues, to be done in 4 months, to be really slow? Like, would you think it's realistic to assume that $1 billion coming to our city and billions to cities across the country, that it's a real slow moving, you know, kind of slow as molasses operation if it took 4 months to do that? 4 months?
Well, when we were meeting in August, or earlier than that, when we were meeting in June, it seemed like it was a pretty tense moment for our budget when we were being told that we only had weeks left. Yet it still took till September to get us a check. I'm not faulting you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not faulting your efforts or your drive, certainly not in the least. What I'm doing is trying to direct the pressure to those that are in positions of power that can help the city when we're in those times of need. It's precisely what I did to the best of my ability in the early months of the summer when we were getting advice, same advice you were getting, that the cupboards were becoming bare. And unfortunately, it did take a while for the other levels to act. And I would say they haven't acted as much as they could have. I think you'd probably agree.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Thank you. We're way over time. Councillor McKelvey, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to ask you, Councillor Layton, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I do echo, I think, some of the concerns the mayor had that, you know, this could be seen as adversarial. But just in terms of putting it on the TTC, like, I feel like right now we have, I think, 13% unemployment, and we have limited space and advertising ability and budgets. And are we not better served in advertising, you know, COVID-19 resources and information, and also relief measures that are available to people that might need help right now? I worry that we have a lack of space and resources. And how do you see this interplaying with that need?
So I don't think that they need to be exclusive of one another. I think we can have both. I don't think we need to choose one over the other. There's a lot of other ways that and places the city can do this advertisement. We have done it before. The 1 cent campaign, we authorized staff to do it around public health. So I'm saying use those plans and resources that we do have to try to get the point across that if other governments don't step up, that we're ready to push back in however we can, and we do have the ability to mobilize public pressure quickly. We should take it when we can.
So in lieu of, or in addition to, you know, an ad campaign on public space that, you know, has costs and is space that could be used elsewhere, what do you see the role of us as individual councillors in advocating for this? And is there the potential for us to be provided with packets that we put out to our constituents, or that we use to advocate to our corresponding MPP and MP? Like, how do you see our role in all of this?
Sure, and I can't remember what issue it was, but I think it was at our last meeting, we did just that. We said, give the local councillors tools to advertise and to promote the city, the city's needs. I can't recall what issue it was, but it wasn't that long ago. So it's the same type of thing. Like, we should be using all of our networks to do the same and put pressure on those levels of government if we don't see, as the mayor rightly pointed out, if we don't see action and a partner at those various levels. So if the city manager provided us all with some social media shareables, hey, you're really good at that, Councillor McKelvey. You create great shareables. You could make some for us, and we could all use them and distribute them to our constituents
when the time is appropriate.
When the time is appropriate, as the mayor rightly pointed out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. Just to understand your intention with the campaign, isn't it the duty of an elected government to provide citizens with information?
I'm sorry, Councillor Perks, I can't hear you.
Lord.
Nope, you're back.
There we go.
Turn
Isn't
your
it the
Wi-Fi
duty
off.
of an elected? Isn't it the duty of an elected official in a critical moment like this to provide information to citizens so they can use their own best judgment about when the right time to put pressure on their elected officials is?
I think if the city of Toronto isn't being served well by other levels of government, yes, I think we need to make sure that we're using every tool we have, and sometimes that may be advertising on the TTC, sometimes it may be a Councillor McKelvey shareable video. Like we've got to use those tools as appropriate, but like between the social media influence of everyone on this call, between the networks that we have within our communities, we could make it very uncomfortable for both levels of government to come into those communities and do announcements. And we should be prepared to do that if they're not willing to bring to the table the necessary resources as well as the necessary powers to give to the city. Like, think about that. If we were running a campaign on a charter city or expanding the powers of municipal governments to have other revenue tools, we might actually have those tools. And I know the mayor and his team and all of our leadership from council go and they push as hard as they can to these other leaders, these other elected officials. But like them, and we all know this, if we're not feeling the pressure from the community that this is, to a point I made earlier, and a point, Councillor Perks, I know you're going to make, if the communities don't feel like they're part or that they have ownership in the solutions that we're going to other governments to get, then we're unlikely to get them, because we don't have the force of those millions of voices from Toronto cheering us on and holding us up. And I think campaigns like this, they don't have to be nasty. They don't have to be mean. They could be, they can have vision, and they can be promoting something better, something that we are championing, to get some excitement about the TORR report. Like, there's no excitement out there that we've built. And part of that is our fault. Not any of our personal fault, not the mayor's personal fault, not our staff's. It's about building a movement towards something, not just about expecting that the other level or everyone in Toronto is going to be behind an idea that we haven't even talked to them about yet.
Thank you, Councillor Layton.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. That was brilliant.
Okay. Her name wasn't there. Her name. Councillor Carroll, I understand that you have a question to Councillor Layton and you couldn't get on the screen. 3 minutes, clarification of your motion.
Yes, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. It has taken me until just a few seconds ago to figure out how you get on the question the mover list. I'm sorry to be going back now, but I want to go back to the hydro clause. I'm sure that the mover probably checked into how to go about doing this. Is there any other way that we can, as a council, decide that we want to encourage a direction of Toronto Hydro? Is this the way we go about, the procedural way we go about having city staff consider a new shareholder direction?
So I'm not sure, so please don't make that assumption, but that's why I crafted the request in such a way of bringing it back as a recommendation to council. We know we need to change the culture down at Toronto Hydro. We know we need to refocus if we're going to achieve our climate goals. We know we need to make this change. It's recognized in the report. So I wanted to know exactly how we were going to make this change. It's one of the recommendations in the report is to work with Toronto Hydro. So tell us what we need to be asking for. That's what I'm asking for from this.
Right. So you're asking council really to direct this work to the city manager. So if he wants to recommend a shareholder direction, we don't need a legal opinion right now. He will get it as part of his work and bring it back to us. Is that the intention?
No, like the recommendation is in the TOR report saying work with Toronto Hydro. So tell us what we need to ask for. What are our lever? Like, where's our lever here?
Right,
Can
and
we,
however
can we
often
force them to?
right. And so however often by the end of these deliberations, we decide to have things reported back to us, they can report back to us how we put this in the shareholder direction for the year.
I didn't think this was it. I think if anything, this just tried to fast track the one recommendation in the report that involved Toronto Hydro.
Excellent.
Because I think there's real,
okay.
I heard from the deputations, there's real potential there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. So I'll start reading it while they're displaying. So that City Council direct the City Manager to put forward a COVID-19 resilience funding stream proposal that fast tracks implementation of the ravine strategy, recognizes the ravine's important role as natural infrastructure that provides accessible green space, active transportation corridors, and ecosystem benefits, make us more resilient to climate change and pandemics. Such a proposal should also recognize the direct and indirect jobs that will be supported by building such natural infrastructure. This is following on similar proposals in Councillor Layton's motion about resilience funding. It also is timely on that in the throne speech, our federal government said, quote, "This pandemic has reminded Canadians of the importance of nature. The government will work with municipalities as part of a new commitment to expand urban parks so that everyone has access to green space." It's also extremely timely because I think this pandemic has certainly showed us that we could benefit from more green space. We certainly saw that as we faced overcrowding in our parks earlier in the spring. And in addition, we know that we have more than 500,000 residents in high-rise apartments, more than 35 years old, and 94% of those have no air conditioning. So they also have no backyards. So more green space is incredibly important to make us more resilient to the sorts of perturbations we will be facing in the future. This is also extremely timely as the federal government has just highlighted that this is a priority for them. That leads me to the next point I don't have a motion on, but out of all of the 83 recommendations, the one that jumps out to me as the absolute most important one that we should be working on right now is number 57, which is talking about a comprehensive infrastructure proposal. We need to have a menu of all of the different infrastructures we need, funding that we need, sorted out by year, sorted out by priority, so that we can pick and choose as the provincial and the federal governments outline their priorities. The reason why I think this is beyond importance of anything else is that the window we have is extremely small. Our provincial and federal governments are going to be releasing budgets next year. They will likely have big economic stimulus packages in those. And if we don't get our priorities and our needs in there right now, the window is going to close. We are going to be facing such enormous debts at both levels of government that it could be decades before they start to open up big pockets of infrastructure funding. So that means that we should have a comprehensive list of all of our needs in terms of natural infrastructure, gray infrastructure, but also all of our transit priorities. And that also includes the Eglinton East LRT, the waterfront LRT. We don't have those numbers, but we need to have those right away, because if we don't try to get this into the budgets next year, we're going to be in trouble. So I'm very thankful for the report that we have before us with the 83 recommendations. I'm looking forward to prioritization. I'm looking forward to timelines. I'm looking forward to next steps. I know that the mayor, I believe, is going to be passing a series of motions or bringing forward a series of motions that look about those next steps. I look forward to supporting those, as well as the amendments around the environment that Councillor Layton just brought forward. Thank you to staff for this enormous amount of work.
Thank you. We do have questions on your motion. Councillor Bradford, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Nope, that should be next to speak, I believe.
Oh.
I was looking forward to Councillor Bradford's question.
Okay, I guess no one has any questions for you.
Actually, I have
Was
a
it Counselor?
question. Counselor
Okay, Counselor Filion,
Filion.
then you do, okay, because I did see some names questioned, but.
So Counselor McKelvey totally supports the
Counselor
intent
Filion,
of your.
yes, you have a question, so three minutes, please, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you. So totally support the intent of the motion, but in my experience, certainly when I've tried to do anything with ravines, that is, active use, TRCA objects. So I'm concerned about us getting too far ahead with a strategy that, or deploying resources when we don't have, if we don't have them on board.
So I think we do have them on board. I know they've been working very closely with city staff on the ravine strategy, and in particular the loop trail and the meadowway, which are very interrelated to that. I think we can also just amend the motion, if you're more comfortable to say, to put forward a proposal in consultation with the TRCA that fast tracks. Like, I'm happy to add that language. They are very aware of this funding stream, of the ravine strategy, of the trails, and they do understand that, of course, they do that construction and manage that work.
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll work with staff to just make that one change. Thank you.
Speaker, somebody is crinkling paper again. That was me last time, not me this time.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll go to the next speaker, Councillor Bradford, 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I have two sets of recommendations, motions on this item that build on the comprehensive work our city manager and his team have put in front of us. So if we can get those on the screen. The first motion zeroes in on a range of tools that could be explored to support our small business community, who I think we can agree.
Councillor Bradford, hold on. I'm going to stop your time for a sec, please.
Sure.
Okay, so apparently you just sent some changes to the motion that's not ready. So why don't we skip to the next speaker? Okay,
not a problem, Madam.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Pasternak, you're next to speak. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Excuse me while I look at the other screen here. What we want to do is, I have a few motions here. One is we want to help restaurants immediately. And I should backtrack a bit.
Councillor, hold on. I understand that you have a motion.
Yes, so I do have motions. Yes.
Okay, can you read your motion? You have to present your motion first.
Yes, no, I was trying to. So we can't wait 6 months, a year, 2 years to act on this report. We've got to act, I would say, yesterday. But this is the best I could come up with. I've read as much of the report as I can. The first part is to ask the federal and provincial government to remove the harmonized sales tax from food purchases at restaurants. I've spoken to a number of restaurants in my area that are suffering deeply, and they say this will help a lot. The second part is merely to make a phone call to the provincial government to see whether they're open to giving us the regulatory and statutory approvals to implement road tolls on the Don Valley Parkway and Gardiner Expressway. And this isn't out of thin air. This is embedded in the report before you. And if this report is adopted, it actually states as a guiding principle for revenue tools. We can't get any more on the property tax. We can't hurt seniors anymore. We can't get any more on the commercial tax because we can't hurt small business. The third part is to, I'm getting more and more inquiries, and I've got a lot of vacant land up here in Ward 6, hundreds of acres, on how we build seniors villages. And
I'm going to be speaking soon, so watch it.
Please don't interrupt, please.
Why are you interrupting?
Very sorry, I didn't have my mute button on. Very sorry.
It wasn't me that was interrupting. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Pasternak.
So the third part is regarding seniors housing, affordable housing, and what we've been calling commonly on the Downsview lands is seniors villages and up Dufferin Street. And yet we don't have the guidelines and framework, although it's mentioned in passing as supportive under the Toronto Senior Strategy. We need planning to give us a framework and guidelines to so we can proceed with that with a framework. And the last part is the Office of Emergency Management. And this is in no way takes anything away from Chief Pegg or Deputy City Manager Cook. I've been a city councilor for 10 years, and before that, 4 years as a school board trustee. We've had industrial accidents. We've had extreme weather events. We've had high-rise multi-unit fires. We've had a pandemic now. And it's important that we really re-examine, reinvent, and reinvest in our Office of Emergency Management. It just must be more prepared for the future. And once again, I reiterate, it's not to criticize anyone there. It's merely self-reflection. So I don't know how much time I have left, probably very little, but I did want to say that the problem we have now is the pandemic is still raging. The financial bleeding is still going on. And yet we have this report before us that we're adopting today as a recovery plan. And we really don't know what tomorrow will bring. We don't know what a year from now will bring. So we have to interpret this with a lens that probably we're going to have to come back to it. And, you know, the people who wrote this report, with all due respect, and I thank them for it, this is a one-off. And we expect the city manager and our senior staff to come back with iterations and updates as we move forward. I would also say that we've got to go through it with a fine-tooth comb. In other words, we've got to look at it as maybe aspirational, but councillors along the way must take parts of it and make action of it, because the people out there are suffering. Individuals are suffering, small businesses are suffering, and the city has a long way to go. It's going to be a long road to recovery. So I'll leave it at that. I know there's other speakers after me, but those are my recommendations. That's what I focused on. And I hope it can get your support, because when it comes to revenue tolls is really one of the only ones left on the table. A $4 toll is worth $275 million a year to the city. Seniors are the biggest pressing issue in the city. It's seniors' affordability and housing, and we must act now. And there's lots of opportunities in Ward 6, in the Downsview lands, in the William Baker development, the Allen District development, and with Norcrest to build these seniors villages and make sure hundreds of seniors are accommodated. And I can't think of a better way to have a post-pandemic plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we do have questions for you. Councillor Holyday, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I got to ask, so we just heard from Councillor Layton about the need to put a campaign forward to put pressure on the federal and provincial governments to increase funding for services. And item number 2 here suggests now that we raise taxes. And I wondered how those two square up. So on one hand, we're telling the governments we don't have any money and we need them to come forward. And then this one says, well, we want to raise taxes for the citizens of Toronto. Does that square up to recommendation number 1 that says we want you government to cut taxes so that we can have people spend more money at restaurants?
No, it's my position that we can no longer get revenue from the property tax. We can't push seniors out of their homes. We can't push young people out of their homes. We've gone as far as we can on the property tax. We've also gone as far as we can on the commercial tax. A toll on a highway is not a tax in the true sense. It is a user fee. It is embedded in the report. It is not something out of thin air. The previous government wouldn't approve it, and we're not approving road tolls with this motion. We're asking our city manager and the intergovernmental office to make a phone call.
So would you see it as a friendly amendment for me to request the Gardiner Expressway removed? Because I'd like people from the west end of the city that I represent to go into downtown and spend money when it becomes appropriate, when our restrictions lift. And I wouldn't want to see them have a barrier. And would you be okay if you just kind of saddled the burden to the people of North York if you want to do it on the DVP? But can you leave the Gardiner out of it?
No, the interconnectivity between the DVP and the Gardiner is crucial for road tolls to work. We studied this last term exhaustively. We got council approval, And of course, we all remember how the previous government reneged on their promise to give us the regulatory and statutory approval.
So,
I don't
so
think
we're
road
okay
tolls-
to settle on the people that take the DVP, and we'll settle on that other little cluster of people in Etobicoke, and we'll get them to pay the burden.
No, I understand that most of the people using the DVP do not live in the city of Toronto, actually, and many of the people using the Gardiner are tourists. It is true that we all have to pay their share, and when I go on the Gardiner or the DVP, I will put my $4 in.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Councillor Grimes, you have a question to the mover. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now to a question to my good friend, Councillor Pasternak. Number two, as my friend Councillor Holliday brought that up, do you think this is the time to move this motion with our downtown core, the office building, which is a huge tax base for us, the restaurants, hemorrhaging downtown, basically shut down the path system. We're trying to get people downtown. You think this is the time to looking at this motion?
Well, someone who's going downtown, I'm not sure if they're going to cancel their plans for $4. Is where we could start it. If you want to move a motion to start the toll at $2, but once again, we're not supporting tolling in this motion. We're making a phone call to Queen's Park, seeing whether, if council approves tolls, they would give us the statutory and regulatory authority to do so. Look,
You think that's going to happen with this government? I think we're pretty short call, my friend. But those are my questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you,
Okay.
Councillor Pasternak.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Filion, question, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, Councillor Pasternak, in part 3 of your motion, you talk about the private sector being involved in creating senior housing. Multiple studies recently have shown that the private sector has done a terrible job in things like nursing homes, and that the public sector has done considerably better, and the city-run facilities much better still. So why would you be encouraging the private sector to build seniors housing?
Well, when it comes to actually the construction of these buildings, it is usually the private sector. These are lands that are rezoned and go to an RFP, and it is built and managed by the private sector. I can only tell you that we've had inquiries in the William Baker neighborhood, which is scheduled to have 35 to 4,000 units. And on the down through secondary lands when Bombardier leaves. And we want to move forward to see what a seniors village would look like. But at the end of the day, you are correct. These buildings would be built by companies that have bid on the project and are in the construction industry. And we would only pick, not we, but I would assume the only credible builders with a long-term track record of success would be selected. Regent Park is built by the private sector, by the way.
And what would a seniors village look like?
Well, when we get together these working groups on the future of the Downsview Lands and William Baker, when you ask what a seniors village looks like, you get 5 different answers if there's 5 people around the table. So what we want to do, this motion gives us some guidelines and gives us a bit of a framework on how to proceed. I think it's an exciting opportunity. We have an aging population. Affordability for seniors is one of the top issues, not only before us in this report, but also in the Toronto Seniors Strategy. And I think if we have a formula that can work, I think it can be quite exciting for our aging population.
Sure. So my last question, you're asking the chief planner to prepare guidelines that encourage something that we don't know what it is. Is that not correct?
Well, I mean, the seniors village has some guiding principles to start. It has housing units, it has accessibility, it has wraparound services, it has some kind of medical facility nearby, not a hospital, but primary care. It would have support programs from from various agencies. They would take that whole mishmash of stuff and put it into guidelines that I hope we can use and build the seniors housing that's very important up in Downsview.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. Before I go to the next speaker, earlier in the debate, Councillor Holliday asked if I would rule on whether part one of Councillor Layton's motion one was in order. And I have consulted with the clerk and the city solicitor. And I am ruling the motion in order because it amounts to a report request from the city manager. If there are further legal concerns about the ability of the city to amend its shareholder directive in the manner suggested, I invite the city solicitor and city manager to comment on them in that report. That's my ruling. Councillor Bradford, I believe your motion is ready to speak.
Would you be able to just reset my time there so I can start? Is that okay?
Okay. Okay, I'll reset your time. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks very much.
Councillor Bradford, are you speaking?
I think the motion.
Okay,
Am I speaking or not? Okay. I'll take my cues from you, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
I was speaking, but maybe,
okay, the motion,
maybe it wasn't working.
The motion's on the screen, Councillor Bradford. You can start.
I'm going to just carry on then.
Yeah.
This is.
I don't know, you got cut off. Councillor Bradford? Can you turn off your camera? Councillor Bradford? Yeah, to improve the audio? I don't know. Okay, we'll have to go to the next speaker.
It's a series of.
Okay, Councillor Bradford, can you try one more time?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, all right, let's start this over. If we could get the motion on the screen. Couple of tools here that could be explored to support our small businesses. They've obviously had a very hard time during this pandemic. Motion A is looking for us to look at any possible adjustments that we could make to our commercial tax bans to help Main Street business. As most folks are aware, we currently have two bans. This was created back in 2007, one for properties assessed below $1 million and another for properties assessed above $1 million. Historically, those bans were actually put in place as an imperfect solution to another problem, which we're going to try and get at here through recommendation number 4, where we're asking the province to look at creating a Main Street assessment class so we can provide a more tailored and nuanced approach to commercial assessment rather than looking at mom and pop retail the same way we do downtown office buildings. There's a number of other items in there, housekeeping pieces that I think will be helpful for small business based on the feedback. Getting to work on creating a pop-up business license for new entrepreneurs, looking at changes to our parks permits to see how we can work with folks in the health and wellness space to deliver physically distant winter programming, and asking the province to review the Commercial Tenancy Act based on some of the things that we've learned during the pandemic. Motion B has 2 recommendations as well, making sure that we're putting transit equity at the heart of the recovery. We've seen the impact on our transit system in different ways, infection rates across the city. I want to be conscientious of that moving forward. And then making sure that when we get to implementation, and we've talked a lot about that, that we are consulting with folks who are adding value and perspective to these discussions. I want to make sure that they're consulted as part of the work going forward. So with those motions tabled, I would like to reflect and comment on the significant body of work that's been put in front of us. Thank you to Saad Rafi, Dr. Mowat, City Manager and his team, as well as our Mayor, for leadership on this file. I think it's critical that we have a laser focus on the intergovernmental components outlined in this report. And I believe that in order for us to be effective, we need to be crystal clear with our short, medium, and longer term objectives, our asks, and the deliverables. Ultimately, it comes down to a new whole government approach to municipalities, moving in lockstep with our federal and provincial counterparts. And our city manager has been very clear of this. I think that is the most important takeaway from this broad body of work. We are simultaneously dealing with a global pandemic, a global recession, and a global human rights movement. And it's obviously been very challenging, but I remain bullish on Toronto. And when I think about the conversations that I've had with residents and our local business community, the nonprofit sector, there is no other city that offers the diversity and the opportunities that we have here. But I think we've also seen it's more clear now than ever that if Toronto is truly going to unlock its potential, we need a new deal for our cities, and one that recognizes our unique position and our unique responsibilities that come with that. This is the level of government that affects people's day-to-day lives. Your inboxes are blowing up, the phones are ringing off the hook. We've dealt with that, not just the past 6-8 months, but in perpetuity. And in many respects, there is this strange inverse relationship with the power and vested responsibility here in this level of government, and yet there's limited ability to actually deliver on the services that are asked of us. So I think everyone's familiar with the financial pressures facing the City of Toronto, and whether that's in our public transit, social services, housing, childcare, that list goes on. If we were to break this mold, and that is one that's based on decades of downloading and shrugging off of responsibility, what would that look like going forward? And it starts with the continued intergovernmental dialogue, and it ends with reform and results. We need to see more of that. We need to understand what that would actually look like. I think there's still a lot of space here to articulate that. And I think that many of us talk to the province and talk to the feds and can tell you that they are tapped. They have capacity challenges just like us, just like staff at City Hall, which is why I think all of us need to engage in helping them to help us, working back from what we need delivered, whether that's transit expansion, subway cars, housing, support for small business, and help them actually set up those funding streams to get it delivered. That's how this is going to happen. It's not just us going cap in hand. The province and the country's success fundamentally are linked to the City of Toronto's success. And our intergovernmental approach aims to address this, but we do need that whole government review, who does what, and how we're going to pay for it. Lastly, I'll just say, as part of our focus on the rebuilding effort, I think we need a fundamental rethink of our processes here in-house. When you talk to residents and businesses, there's often a disconnect between the services we are trying to deliver, the policy objectives that we articulate, and the process to act.
Thank you, Councillor
We need to make this stuff work and become the kind of stuff that we want to see in the future.
Okay.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I just want to remind members, you do have a timer on your screen.
It was so hard to tell when I actually started.
So we do have a question for you. Councillor Bylaw, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion. Councillor
Just a very quick question, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Great motion. Just on number 7, I was wondering if you'd consider a friendly amendment to include the Chief Technology Officer, because I think some of these permits, if we want people to use it, actually have to be making it easy to have people access some of these fire pit permits, things like that, that it's easy, accessible, and people get out the door and get it out. Would you consider that?
Amendment.
Okay. Thank you. Our next speaker is Councillor Cressy. Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And I do not have any motions to place. Rather, let me simply begin by thanking, first of all, city staff, to Chris Murray and the whole team working with him. It is truly a team effort. To Saad Rafi and Dr. Mowat, who on a moment's notice in the midst of the first wave in this pandemic, stepped up and stepped into the city and did a superb job. So huge gratitude to both of them. And as well to the broader community. A whole range of stakeholders, organizations, and individuals in our city contributed and gave feedback into setting out this vision. And I understand that the mayor will be moving a series of amendments, including a move to prioritize an equity response as part of our 2021 budget. And I want to thank him both for moving those and his steady hand and leadership on this work. I think at a very high level, and I took some time last weekend to read all 428 pages of this report and appendices. It highlights, the TOR report, the profound destabilization that our city and all of our residents are feeling. The report speaks to this moment in time being the most significant economic downturn for our city since the Great Depression. You almost have to take a step back to process those words and realize the profound gravity and significance of them, the most significant economic downturn since the Great Depression. And the report spoke throughout, again and again, to the exacerbated and deep inequities that COVID has taken advantage of. We had struggles prior to COVID, 1 in 5 adults living in poverty, 1 in 4 children. But COVID has exacerbated those inequities, and it has significantly impacted the most marginalized members of our city more than anybody else. And so what's clear to me is that we will, as a city, beat COVID. I have great faith in the medical and scientific community and the efforts to bring a vaccine online. We are going to beat COVID. That's certain. What's uncertain is what comes next. That's what this report speaks to. Is, do we come out of COVID stronger and more resilient and more sustainable than before? Do we build back better, as it keeps being said? Do we come out of COVID returning to the same unacceptable status quo, back to the old normal? Or do we come out of COVID even worse off from an economic prosperity and poverty lens? And so it's hard. This report is so large that it's hard to wrap your arms around it, but it's actually very simple. The TOR report provides a vision for how we build back better. If that sounds big, break it down. It's about our vision for our city and our future. It's about ensuring that you can access childcare after we beat COVID. It's about ensuring that if you're an entrepreneur, you can open a small Main Street business and succeed after we beat COVID. And it's about ensuring if you're a resident that you can afford to live here, that we have enough affordable housing after we beat COVID. And so this vision, this plan, it presents an opportunity for us to seize this moment and use this time of destabilization as a launching point to address climate change, to address the inequities, and ultimately to use this moment to address our 19th century municipal framework, to finally right the ship to establish a new model for cooperative federalism. And so all of that sounds huge and it sounds tough to conquer at once, but it's a vision. And it's a vision that should guide our collective work going forward. How we turn that vision into reality, that's the hard work. That's the work of a strong intergovernmental push and collaboration. That's the work of looking at our 2021 budget, not just to ensure that the other levels of government come forward with a safe phase 2 restart, but to ensure that we as a council prioritize equity and taking care of our residents. And so in many ways, I think our staff, Dr. Mowat and Saad Rafi, who stepped in, and Chris Murray and the DCMs and all of their teams, they've done the hard work and the heavy lifting to give us the vision, to bring it forward. And it's now in our hands to not only prioritize this, but to roll up our sleeves with the other levels of government and make it happen. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks. once again with deep thanks to everybody who worked to make this report happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to be moving a motion either. I think there's going to be a lot of work coming out of this report. I'm grateful for the report, but I stopped when I finished reading it to let myself let it all sink in that yet again a blue ribbon panel has come to us and said, Toronto, you're in trouble. You can't dig yourself out. The revenue streams that you have to dig yourself out are wholly inadequate. What's added now is an additional layer. Currently, our federal government is going into unprecedented debt to help us and every other community in the nation. And we are probably looking at, if we take into account the duration of the pandemic and the duration that will follow of recovery, we really can liken this to the Great Depression. Because the unique thing about the Great Depression was its duration. That the entire decade of the 30s was a problem. That there were some families that never recovered from it. Never. They went into generational poverty that exists to this day. And we learned a lot from it. Interesting fact, halfway through that decade, in 1935, New York City for the first time got a city sales tax. Because by halfway through the decade, and I hear someone whose mute button is on, isn't on, has given out a long sigh because this is my old chestnut. But this is why I'm not moving a motion. I'm prepared to wait until this whole of government's approach takes place and we learn that their pot of cash is going to run out just as ours is. And we have to start to spread out who does what. And with respect, I hear Councillor Pasternak trying to make a start at it, but what he's suggesting is road tolls, something that takes hundreds of millions of dollars to implement in the way that you would implement it nowadays. There's no point in looking at something that will cost between 300 and 400 million to implement right now, because it won't get us there, because it will take us years to get that payback. Removing HST. You know, when there are still people going out. We were shocked as we drove along the Danforth, my daughter and I, going home from the hospital last night, how many people were desperately trying to eat out. We're sitting in their, you know, hermetically sealed plastic bubbles, however inappropriate that is, trying to continue to eat out. HST isn't stopping them from eating out. Pandemic regulations are. There is a disparity in this community such that those who can afford to eat out are still eating out. Those who are getting less and less able to are completely unable to now. That's the only thing that's happening there. And so we're going to have to look at extraordinary measures. And there is one staring us in the face. One that started in 1935 for New York City, then the largest city of that nation. And when the other orders of government had run out of revenue sources to help prop them up, what they had to do was give them the powers to set their own citywide economy back on track. And now I know that we're going to go through a discussion for this meeting, and every time we report back on the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild, in which we'll all pick out our favorite part of Keynesian economy and discard the rest. Some of us will say lower taxes, please, and some will say investment, please, and we will fight about it as we always do in our partisan way. But I would suggest that this problem is bigger. We're staring down the barrel of a decade of impact, an impact that is such that some families in this city will not recover from it. And we will have to take extraordinary measures. So too will our provincial government, so too will our federal government, because we're looking at an economic impact that will be as long in duration as the Great Depression. And there's no kidding around about that, because this isn't the same as the global financial crisis, something we can pretend is done because those on the upper echelon of earning power recovered within 2 years. That's not what's going to happen here. And so I'm prepared to wait, but I'm going to predict that if the dirty 30s really started with the crash in 1929. And by 1935, the national government was saying, New York, we can't help you. You're going to have to figure this out. And that was when they started getting their 1 cent sales tax. Another big jump had to be taken when they got into crisis late in the 60s. But the first step was that penny that allowed them to collect their own billion, because the federal government said to them, not only don't we have money for you this year, but what's clear is we won't have money for you for the next 5 years.
Thank you.
And that's when the legislative change came.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. We're looking at a report that talks about recovery and rebuild. It's a really, really broad set of discussions, and I think it's an important one. But one thing has me worried, and it's what council is doing to react to it. Sometimes on reports we're together, sometimes we debate, we fight, but my fear in this particular debate is we have 25 different ideas of where this has to go, and it's evidenced in the motion so far. Take Councillor McKelvey's motion. Great idea. Let's work on the ravines. It is a municipal job to get that done. And then we've got other discussions around bigger ideas. We would be fools not to think that, yes, there's going to be an increased draw on social services coming out of an economic hit like a pandemic. There's no question unemployment is up, the demand for housing is higher, housing is more expensive, transit's got fundamental issues. And we've been told in this report what we know, these are regional issues. Yet over and over again, council finds itself into this predicament that we're trying to solve a regional issue by going and taxing the residents of 416. And in fact, there's discussion today about raising taxes. I don't even understand how that squares up to a rebuild and recovery process. We're going to go and take more money from people. But the point I'm trying to make on this is that we are in a fundamental mismatch. And the criticism I have for council on this is we need to take a disciplined approach. We are so fast here to pass judgment and to set a different service level, whether it be on housing, whether it be on daycare. We're always here quick to augment these services and criticize the government, wave a finger, you're not funding enough money, but we're going to run forward and we're going to pay for it through the property tax base. At the end of the day, if you look at some of the footnotes in this report, and I'll point out around pages 159, 160, it talks about the financial future. And the recommendations contain it. We have to go to the other orders of the government and perhaps maybe hit the reset button and understand what it is that each of us is responsible to do. And hopefully each of the orders that talk the talk and make claim and make rules around what each of these services are will live up to their financial commitments. They have to. But at the end of the day, if we bring them upon ourselves because we're not happy with it, we then own the problem, and we do not have an escape route because we do not have a tax regime that is going to pay for it. I, for one, will be on record as I don't want to establish that tax regime. I would rather hold those other levels accountable. And at the end of the day, if it's the other order of government's responsibility to provide the service, when people complain to us, we should point it out to them. It's very simple to direct them to that order of government. But time and time again, we take it on. We find ourselves into this structural situation. So it's not going to get solved today, but I wanted to make the point that what I see here is not encouraging. I mean, there's great recommendations, don't get me wrong, and I thank all of the experts for laying things out in this report. But I think as a council, we've got to get our heads together and understand how we are going to address these fundamental governance issues, because the COVID emergency amplified them. And I think we can all agree on that more so than ever, there's going to be strain on the system. And governments at large, not just ours, are going to, not just this municipal one, is going to have to step up to it. And the reason why I think it's so important that they're going to step up to it is we can't take our eye off of the hard services that clearly are our municipal responsibility. The other governments will never look after things like the ravine strategy, but it's going to be our job to take the tax money and the resources that we've got from within the 416 and weigh them out and the strain that those will put on our citizens to pay, and use those for the responsibilities that are clearly within our purview and hold the other orders of government accountable for it. I will take just one moment to say that although I respect the ruling of the Speaker, I do take exception to the motion moved by Councillor Layton concerning hydro. At the end of the day, we cannot ask ratepayers to take on political directions of this council. It is, from a governance perspective, it is incorrect. The correct answer for this, and it was discussed, is that we can make these shareholder demands of hydro, but ultimately it comes out of the dividend that is paid to the city, and it's essentially like transferring property tax. So I'll ask people to think about that dimension as they consider that motion. I don't think it's the way to put it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. I hope that staff can put it on the screen. The motion, Speaker, is on the screen. It is asking for a report to come back by staff through the Executive Committee on looking at the feasibility of financial incentives, including eliminating and reducing development charges for not-for-profit long-term care homes. It's reflected in recommendation 72. This is something I had addressed somewhat at the Executive Committee.
I think we've lost you, Councillor Thompson.
Speaker, I think it's important what to tell you. I'm speaking, Speaker. I'm not sure what to tell you.
Okay, now we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, so I don't know what portion you lost me at. You want to redo my time?
Yeah, I will.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Okay, I'll start your time again. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay. So I have a motion that's in front of us here, which is basically asking for a report looking at the feasibility of financial incentives, including eliminating or reducing development charges for not-for-profit long-term care home. It's reflective with respect to recommendation 72 in the report. I want to thank the city manager for this report, and certainly thank Saad Rafti and Dr. Mowat. This is a report that seeks to address some fundamental challenges that are global in its nature in terms of the pandemic. It's an event that's happening in Toronto, but it's global in nature. I want to just read from the report from the COVID-19 Impact and Opportunities report. It says, given this context, the phase of restart, recovery, and rebuild do not just represent points in time. There are no clear lines delineating the conclusion of one phase and the beginning of another. Rather, they should be considered stages of effort that will be complementary and overlapping. This is what has been stated by the city manager, and I think that we really should heed that suggestion. Clearly, we all understand that this is a big challenge for not only the city of Toronto, but the entire world. How we handle our business will be obviously, the basis at which we're judged on as elected official and so on. We're in the process of trying to understand what we need to do in terms of rebuild, phases that we have to go through and so on. We have to build back better, as the report states, in a way that helps us and strengthens our ability to provide greater services, to overcome some of the challenges that we've seen and have, affected our society long before COVID, quite frankly. And so I also think that the intergovernmental role that this city will play and the leadership of the mayor, we have to ensure that we support that leadership. We have to ensure that the mayor's got our full support and the city's support when he goes and articulate the needs for better funding, better financial opportunities for the city to help us through the myriad of things that we have to respond to, whether or not it's health, shelter and housing that we discussed earlier on in terms of the report from economic development. There has long been inequities that has existed in our societies, whether or not it's the issues around Blacks and Indigenous residents in our city. They've faced tough calls and others and so on for such a long time. I'm fearful, though, going forward, that in as much as we want to address many of these challenges that impacts this group of people in inequities, that we will prioritize them out. There's always a tendency to do that, because if we don't have enough of, what can we actually do less of? and it's always the same people who are always impacted by the decisions that we make. I'm hopeful that this time, through this report and the work that the city manager is going to do in addressing and highlighting some of the challenges and the gaps that we have faced in our society for a very long period of time, that we will actually address these issues. Speaker, I can't actually see the time on my screen, so I don't know how much time I have left. You can give me a quick warning, 30 seconds or what have you. I just want to wrap up.
You have a minute and a half.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much. This pandemic has affected so many people and in so many different ways, whether or not it's mental, whether or not it's issues around the lack of opportunities and so on. We know what's happening with respect to our Main Street. We know what's happening with our downtown. We know what's happening in our pathway, and so many people are impacted. So we're not going to spend our way out of this pandemic. We're not going to tax our way out of this pandemic. We have to work smarter. We have to work intelligently. We have to work collectively and collaboratively. This morning I chaired an international forum from folks from Italy, Germany, and a variety of other places. We talk about what they're doing in places like New York, Chicago, and so on. Everyone is faced with the same problem. And I think that we, as a council, have got to rally around the mayor, work together in order to ensure that we can address the fundamental challenges, and working with our administration. I want to thank everyone for the great work that they're doing. It's a challenge, it's tough, but we're tougher, and we certainly will beat this pandemic. It's going to take great collaboration of all of us working together. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't have any motion to place, but I just wanted to reiterate some of the key messages that is very close to my heart regarding this report. And I'd like to start by thanking our CAO and Mr. Raffi and Dr. Mowat for coming up with this report with 83 recommendations. And I'm sure our city manager and our city staff will be very busy going forward just to implement some of these priorities and some of these recommendations. And I appreciate that we have so many motions that will be coming out of this report. But I just want to reiterate that the fact that I sit on the Board of Health, and I know the impact of COVID, and I sit on the Economic Development Committee, and I know the impact of COVID. And these are to our most vulnerable communities, whether or not you're a resident, whether or not you're a business owner, we all get hit by this. And I heard today that 40% of the restaurants would not survive if this pandemic is going more and more each day. And I really feel for them as a business person. So I really wanted to thank the city for doing some of the initiative that helping the businesses. And I just wanted to call on our two levels of government. We need to help our small businesses to survive, because they are our future of our economy. And we need to really give them a sense of hope. And we have to do more. We have to anticipate to their needs. And also we have to put ourselves in their shoes. And I think Councillor Ford is going to be moving a member's motion on the delivery platform and how we can help each other in the term of hard times. And very important that we know that we have a very challenging years ahead, and in terms of next year's budget. And I do not favor a slash and burn approach, but I do support setting priorities to ensure key services are protected. And with that, I thank our city staff. I know you have all been working extra hard to make sure that we all get through this. And it's only by working together and collaborating together that we can get through this pandemic. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I too want to thank Dr. Mowat, Sad Raffi, and all city manager and all the staff who have put in incredible work over the last number of months. And we can't underestimate the work that they put in. It's, I mean, got 400 pages, of course, that we've all read, but the work that they've done has been exceptional. And so when you look at the TOR report, it is about laying a foundation, a very strong foundation for social and economic recovery. All of those recommendations, I think, you know, have that kind of foundation. It's about protecting lives and livelihoods, which is the #1 priority. But what's also embedded, and I think of almost all recommendations, all 50+ recommendations, it is about equity. We talk about equity a lot in the city, and I think COVID has brought that out, and I'm in full agreement with that, along with the inequalities, you know, resilience that we have to look at, and opportunities. I had the pleasure of chairing the Arts and Culture Task Force, and a lot of my colleagues who reached out to a number of sectors. And when I reached out to that sector, you realize that that sector, as all sectors are hurting, this particular sector more than anything, one of the first sectors that was closed, and will probably be one of the last that actually open up. And that's just a reality they're facing, and I recognize the challenges that they're having. And I've also spoken with hundreds, if not, you know, thousands of my residents on the same kind of issues that I think everybody's facing. But what I also read in the TOR recommendations is that Toronto largely has expressed their disapproval for the prospect of raising taxes to address this budget shortfall. And the budget shortfall is huge, and you kind of go, where do you go to deal with that? And all this, I know this has been a long-standing debate at City Council, but I think the pandemic has left Torontonians in various states of precarity and destabilization, and the challenges that we're facing. You know, and as such, I think we need to really look carefully at revenue tools. And it's been brought up in a couple of the motions here, and there's a side of me that just wants to throw my hands up, because here we go down that kind of rabbit hole again about how do we fix things. We just throw in revenue tools and we want to raise taxes. I don't think that's the answer. I really do not think that's the answer, as much as we may have those discussions. And I kind of wonder, where do we go? What is the answer? And I think that's where the city manager, and I think the leadership at the city manager's side and his report really brings that to us. It makes it clear that, #1, this is only a beginning. We are still in a pandemic. We are still moving forward. We don't know where this is going to end up, but we are only in the beginning. We have to ensure that we do not put ourselves into such a box that we can't figure out where things are going to be in another 3 or 4 months. But what is clear, and the city manager has mentioned, that this is a transformational period. I don't think we've ever seen such a transformational period in this city, this province and country. And I think we have to realize that when we start thinking about that, what are the changes that have to take place? And I think they are transformational. What they are, that's a tough one to answer. I don't know if we can answer that. I know the foundation of the report and what the city manager put together is part of that. But and I think this is where you're looking at what the city manager and the mayor has been saying, what's key is the community and government relationships. Never before have we, and it's not about relying on the federal provincial governments to bail us out. It's those relationships at those tables that the city manager is at, that the mayor is when he's talking to that. Those are going to be a key element of our success and moving forward. And I guess going back to the challenges in the last year, what we did, we looked at, you know, stating our need very clearly. And I think I give hats off to the mayor and to the city manager in being able to do that. But it was also about managing our affairs and being fiscally responsible, because it was in those two components we were very successful. And I think we need to continue looking at that as we move forward. We have the same issue and the same problem in 2021 that we had in 2020, if not even bigger. And it's not figuring out, you know, is it, you know, lowering our service levels or increasing taxes. I think, and it's almost relying on, you know, maybe it's a bit of faith thrown in there, relying on the city manager and those developing those relationships with those intergovernmental partners. And they are now partners like they've never been. I think that's where it relies on. And I think that's, as we move forward, will be our success, not only in 2021 budget, but of course, into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to add on to what Councillor Crawford said. I hope this is a little bit of momentum we're building here. And I wasn't going to speak, but I heard some of the other speakers and some of the motions, and they caused me a certain level of concern. A few things I'd like to say. Things that I said at executive committee. There are 80 recommendations, and it's often said, and I've heard the mayor say this before, when you have 80 priorities, you have no priorities. And so this is kind of like we have so many things that we want to do. We need to focus in on the things that we need to focus in on. The second thing I'd like to say is, and I think this is generally accepted in many different places, is the way we're going to get out of this problem, leaving aside COVID itself, the health issue, but how we're going to get out of this problem as a city is we need, and as a country, is to grow the economy. And you know, this goes to a number of things Councillor Lai said about small businesses. You know, this solution is not going to, is not primarily going to come from government. It's going to come from the private sector, and we're going to have to do this by growing the economy. And they're going to have to find new and innovative ways to do things. And we've got to help them with that, but I think we have to understand that this is going to come from growing the economy. I will say to that point, as I said in the executive committee, that you do not grow the economy by raising taxes or by creating revenue tools. Some some councillors, some speakers today have talked about having a sales tax. You do not grow the economy by creating another tax. You also do not create or grow the economy by putting on road tolls. Now, I understand Councillor Pasternak may want to put on road tolls on the Gardiner Expressway and the Don Valley Parkway. And it's completely understandable that he wants to do this given where his ward is, and none of his residents take either the Don Valley Parkway or the Gardiner Expressway. What a coincidence. But that's a very dangerous, destructive thing to do for the city at this time. The economy is very fragile. People are losing their jobs. Small businesses are hurting. The one thing that we don't want to do is create and build and assign more so-called revenue tools, which is more taxes and higher taxes. What we have to do is focus in on growing the economy. And the other thing that we haven't talked about at all today is finding more efficiencies within our own organizations to fund all the very expensive ideas within this report. We haven't focused in enough on finding new efficiencies, and I'll tell you, they're there. That's something else that we need to focus on. So lots of things to chew over this report. But I guess what I would like to say, and back to what our budget chief is saying, is we can't be raising taxes, and revenue tools are a very, very dangerous thing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Point of order, Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order?
Yeah, I've been advised that two components of my motions, some back channels are being worked, and some headway is being made on both helping the restaurant industry and road tolls, and that my motions could jeopardize those discussions. So I don't want to do that. So with council's approval, I'd like to withdraw number 2 with the road tolls. And remember, we weren't approving road tolls today. We were just making a phone call.
No, I understand.
And of course, the removal of the HST on restaurant meals. Now, I understand at the very high level, those things are being worked on. These motions could jeopardize those discussions.
So you want to withdraw number 2?
Yes,
part 1 and 2. You want to withdraw.
1 and 2.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion will be revised. Thank you. Okay. Our next speaker is Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity. And I would like to start by, as everyone else has, conveying my thanks to Mr. Saad Rafi, Dr. Mowat, to the City Manager and his team. The report before us is in no short order. There are probably some good reasons why we should be grateful that we are meeting virtually as opposed to having printed documents of these reports before us. We've probably saved a tree or two. But it's not just the volume of what's in front of us, but also the magnitude of what's before us that I actually am in awe of. Largely, what do we do with the set of recommendations, as broad as they are, in the days and the months ahead as we move forward on that path of recovery? And Madam Speaker, I think it's important for us to also note that, you know, while we have a wide range of options before us, what we also don't have is really identifiable short-term, mid-term, or long-term goals. I think Councillor Carroll probably put it best when she talked about needing to spend about a decade of trying to rebuild an economy that's been literally wiped out in about 8 months. And of course, we know that this pandemic has not impacted everyone in the same way. You know, the women's participation in the workforce right now is at an all-time low. And we haven't seen this type of low participation from women in the workforce since, you know, it's been 30 years. So we know that, you know, in order for us to build back better, we're going to have to strategically look at what programs and services that we have to put in place to make sure that those who are hit harder than anyone else will have to be uplifted. And for that, it will be mostly council's work. And so even though we're thanking, of course, the city manager for the report, city manager is going to put forth a series of recommendations. He's going to be reporting back regularly, as noted by Councillor Layton in his recommendations for regular accounting and regular transparency. But it will ultimately be this city council, Madam Speaker, the buck will stop with us on how we craft an economic strategy to put people back to work, to ensure that the stores can open up safely for business again, so that people can feel confident once again to ride the TTC and to get back to the natural way of how we live in a big city. It is going to require courage to be able to tell voters that in order for us to do what we need to do, we're going to have to do it together, which is why I think Councillor Layton's motion about engaging the residents of Toronto so we don't inform them after it's happened, but we inform them and engage them at the beginning is so critical. This is not a conversation of just city council deciding what's best for the rest of Toronto. We're going to need to be, all of us, getting in that conversation, having that conversation together, and recognizing that some of those tough decisions will have to be made with the local residents. I don't think that we can build back better if the TTC is not running at its capacity. We're not going to be able to build back better when 40% of our main street is decimated. And these things are not going to be necessarily happening in the summer next year. I'm talking to business owners who are saying, you know, Councillor, we're not going to make it next week. So, you know, the critical components of how quickly we get this done cannot be deferred too far down the road. And we certainly cannot, especially if we're staring at an opening deficit in the 2021 budget of $1.5 billion, we can't just tinker around the edges. The structural and social inequities that have been exposed and magnified by COVID-19 means that we're going to have to bring to the magnitude of the problem the same energy and force of solution finding. And that solution finding will have to be co-created with every single one of us, recognizing that not every community that we represent has been hit equally. And that's been made evidently clear with the social determinants of health that have been fractured for many, many years and generations before. And, you know, for all the times that we talk about how great Toronto is doing, I think that we have had a sobering response that Toronto was doing good for some, great for some, but many Torontonians were not doing great, and that's a responsibility for each and every single one of us. And I hope that we are able to in the weeks and days ahead, have the courage to tackle that together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. One of the things that has been, I think, most shocking about COVID is looking carefully at who's been suffering the most and who has not. The evidence is very clear that people with low incomes are more likely to have lost their jobs than people with high incomes. In fact, some people with high incomes who own big companies are actually making record profits. We also know from the data that people who are Black or Indigenous are more likely to be suffering than people who are white. We know from the data that women are more likely to have lost their jobs than men have. This isn't because the virus has some preference. It's because wealth and privilege buy you protection in a moment like this. The city manager has examined this question and made it very clear in his report that only by investing in public services that help people who have been pushed to our social margins so that they can have protections against crises, just like the wealthy and privileged do, only by making those investments do we build back better. Any other use of that language is a false use. And that is why we both need to have a conversation about who pays for what and where the revenues come from, but we also have to have an engaged conversation with the people we represent about the city and the future they want. I don't want to take away for a moment from the very important work that the mayor has done. And I acknowledge that he works hours that the rest of us couldn't possibly work. And I would have lost patience talking to federal and provincial cabinet members long ago. But that's not the issue. If you want to fundamentally change society so that the inequities that are causing people to lose their livelihoods, to lose their lives, get overcome, you need a fundamental new arrangement between government and the people it represents. And you cannot achieve that in a phone call. You cannot achieve that in a closed-door meeting. You can only achieve that when you build a large social movement of Torontonians and get us all to agree that they have looked at what this pandemic has revealed about the inequalities in our society and that they are